Hey, Stephanie. How you doing? Hold on, let me put the thing up here. You see it? You kicking it? I got new glasses. I gotta get them like straighter. We just be kicking it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I gotta turn out some of these. I'm not using some of these extra things. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you, Tom?
Good.
Well, how were the onion rings?
Excellent.
Were they good?
Oh yeah, you better believe they were.
Were they as good as the ones you
Better.
had there? Really?
Yeah, for one reason is because I used peanut oil,
Uh-huh.
and the other reason they're thin. I like them thin and crispy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, those onion rings there, I mean, I'm sure they used vegetable oil and they were thick and they were kind of greasy, but if you don't have good things dedicated to deep frying, the value in that equipment comes in something that can filter it,
Uh-huh.
which most of those places don't have. So, you just can't. Vegetable oil breaks down pretty quick.
Right.
That's why they're greasy. I mean, they were still good, but they weren't as good as these because this was brand new peanut oil. I cooked them till they were crisp, and it's a lot easier when you're just cooking one order.
Right. And you took the time to cut them thin. Those people, they probably just, chop the
Yeah,
onions up
yeah,
fast
yeah,
and, you know,
yeah.
so
I
now.
didn't really like their batter they used either.
Yeah, that makes a big difference too.
Yeah,
See, I like that thin,
yeah, me too.
crisp batter.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
me
like
too.
that chunky kind, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because when you look up those onions online, that's how almost everybody does them when they're doing them at home, thin and crispy.
Yeah.
And then you get down to the, fucking onion festival and they fuck them up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, like I said, they're probably in a hurry,
yeah.
so they, don't take the time. They just, want to push them out.
Yeah, I keep in touch with the guys that own my sister, the McDonald's she used to own, and they're deep fryers for their stuff. As they keep evolving and getting better now, they're a lot more money. But back in the day, you used to get 3 days out of vegetable oil. Now they get 6 weeks.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
and it's because of the way it's filtered.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Now, do you have a regular deep fryer?
Fry Daddy.
Oh, you have a Fry Daddy.
Yeah,
I wondered about those. I wondered if that would be a good investment for me.
yeah, you can get them if you look around. You can get them for $20.
Uh, oh, they're that cheap?
Yeah,
Oh, wow. I didn't know they were that cheap, Tom.
yeah, they're good ones. And I'll use like peanut oil, maybe like 6 or 7 times, and basically, not that you couldn't use it longer. But I just get sick of deep frying for that many times.
Right.
I could get more out of it, but like I know people when I was living in West Branch, I was always like giving them samples of shit, my neighbors, and some of them were on a budget. And if you take the peanut oil out and you strain it, what causes the oil to go bad is stuff like some of that batter falls off, and as you continue to cook that, it can even be like microscopic. over time, it just doesn't taste as good. When you have brand new virgin peanut oil that you've never used before, like tonight, I never did onion rings before, and you just put them in there, they will, anything you put in brand new peanut oil, the peanut oil will let you know when it's done. Everything floats to the top. And just as peanut oil gets older, you have to keep more of an eye on it because it'll quit floating to the top. And when you use brand new peanut oil, and like say you take those out of the fry basket and you put them on paper towels, there's hardly any oil that comes off. But as you keep deep frying stuff, you'll get more and more oil sticking to the paper towels. But mine doesn't. I don't let it get anywhere near where it's actually bad for you.
Right.
I just get, if I get 7 cookings out of peanut oil, that's plenty.
Now, is peanut oil expensive?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think it's about, you can get it, I get it at Walmart, $19 for a gallon.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. But you can use it multiple times. And
right.
There's a couple advantages beside that. It has a high flash point, which doesn't really mean much to me because my Fry Daddy only goes to 400 anyway.
Right.
But the unique thing about peanut oil is you can cook fish in it Tuesday and onion rings in it Wednesday, and you won't taste the fish from Tuesday. It doesn't hold the taste molecules like cheaper oils do.
I see.
And it's healthy for you too.
And one more question, Tom, because I've never deep fried anything in my whole life. Now, do you keep that peanut oil in the Fry Daddy, or do you have to dump it out?
Yeah, only for those. Yeah, I'll cook 7 times and I'll keep it in there and then dump it out.
Okay, so like if I fried something tonight, then I could just keep that oil in it for next time.
Yeah, I always put it comes with a little plastic top, and I've melted that before. I always ruin the top somehow because I forget and I put it on there and it melts it. And then I don't have one, so I put aluminum foil over the top of it. You don't even need to do that really if it's in like a cupboard.
I see.
I'll tell you, you can make absolutely fantastic chicken nuggets in a Fry Daddy. Onion rings, deep fried fish is fantastic.
Now, see, Tom, I'm still looking I have not found the perfect fish and chips yet. I am still looking because I'm very fussy on the batter on my fish.
Yeah, see, that's the nice thing about it is like you can try any batter you want on your fish. And,
right.
It will, you can just go to you find one like it. Like I've noticed tonight, like the first batch of onion rings I deep fried. I put a little salt on them. They were too salty. So there's enough salt in that batter sometimes. So the second one I didn't put any, and I thought it was just right. But I'm telling you, I think you would get a lot of good use out of a Fry Daddy.
Yeah, just to cook fish alone because, Tom, I have not found any frozen fish I like.
No,
I have bought, Tom, so many different brands of frozen fish, and I cannot find one I like.
I always get like egg whites. You know how you can buy it like a milk carton?
Yeah.
And I get my favorite batter, and I just dip it in that and put them in the fryer. It is so damn good. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I might look into that.
If you can't, whatever deep fryer you get, I mean, basically it doesn't matter. You're trying to get oil at 400 degrees, and I guess it really doesn't matter who the maker is. But I've always had Fry Daddies. They've worked. They burn out after a few years, but $20, who cares,
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize they were that cheap.
Yeah, they're cheap. Yeah.
Wow.
You would really like it. You can make good fries, good all sorts of potatoes. The fish is excellent. Chicken nuggets are excellent.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking like deep fried mushrooms.
Yeah, mushrooms, they're excellent. Really good. You'd like them. And
Oh
that
my.
stuff is cheap to do too. It's cheap.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And my fish department, they've always got cod on sale, and that is my favorite.
Yeah,
You can still get cod pretty reasonable
yeah, cod's a
price
great
here.
fish to deep fry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to look into that. Now, Tom, are they very big? I don't have much
No,
counter space.
I'm glad you brought that up because you want to get the smallest deep fryer you can.
The small one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah.
like you'll go into a place and they'll have like a 2-person deep fryer, 4 or 6, and the 6 will be on sale. And it's like, yeah, why not get a 6? It's cheaper than the 2. I'll tell you why, because you have to put too much damn oil in it.
Yeah, see, I no, that's like I have a small crock pot. You know how they
Yeah,
make
yeah,
the
that's how I am
small
too. Me
ones?
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I mean Tom, we're by ourselves. What the hell do we need a giant crock pot full of I
yeah.
mean, I would
No,
get
right.
sick of the food before
Yeah,
it was
no, that's
gone.
exactly it. I,
So,
I don't know if you ever did this with crock pots, but I did it one time. I thought, well, I'll just make some good beef stew or some like a seafood soup, and I'll just eat it as I go until it's gone.
uh-huh.
After about 2 days, you will start to get mold in a crock pot, even though it's hot.
Oh yeah. No, I never have.
Not hot enough to fight off mold. It's hot
Right.
enough to cook, but after about 2 days, you will get mold on the top. Why? It's been plugged in the whole time cooking. It's weird, isn't it?
Tom, I'll be right back, honey.
Okay. Yeah. Let's party on. Chris, your thing keeps coming up not connected. It comes up for a second, then it goes away. Hear Daisy snoring down there? Hey, Sharon, how you doing? Chris, your thing's not connecting. Okay, here it is. Your thing's just coming up for a second, then it goes away.
Oh, okay. I just refreshed my browser.
Okay. Hey, Michelle.
Hey Tom, how you doing?
Good.
Just
Good.
ordered Panda House.
You did what?
Just ordered Panda House.
You did what?
Panda House.
What's that?
Chinese food. You ever been to Panda House? You have one out
Yeah,
there?
I don't really like them that much.
Oh, you don't?
Panda
Panda Express.
Bad one, though.
Panda Express, my bad.
Oh, yeah, I've been to those.
You don't
Michelle,
care
what have you
about-
been doing?
Nothing too crazy lately.
Nothing?
Nothing much really. Just um yeah, nothing exciting, that's for sure.
Chris, turn
I
that
wish I-
TV off.
I wish I could report that I've been doing exciting things lately, but I can't.
Chris, turn that TV off.
Okay. I'll come back.
So
I'll come back later and chat.
All
Okay.
right, come back with the TV off.
Okay.
there is something interesting that's happened is our district attorney
Yeah,
got pulled over. Well, she didn't pull over for the
I
cops.
saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
And can you believe
I
what
didn't
she-
realize that where you live.
Yeah, no, she's our district attorney, and well, she apologized for it, but like I kind of like understood her. Like, okay, so her saying, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? That's not right. But like,
Right. Probably
she had
drunk.
no, she has like a high stressful job though too. It's not like it's like
I'll
she
bet she
just.
was drunk.
You think she was drunk?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean,
I don't.
the cop knew her, she knew the cop. What's the fucking problem?
I. I don't. I think that
Supposed
she
to
was probably.
fucking pull over.
I think she was just. I told my mother, I'm like, I think she was just targeted. I don't think that she.
She's the chief law enforcement officer of the county.
Well, like what I'm saying is they all know each other and stuff. So she
Right.
must have pissed off somebody at work, got pissed, left work, pissed, and just didn't care. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure you've been in that situation
What
where
was the reason for them pulling her over?
She was speeding.
Okay, well then
20.
they had a legitimate reason to
Oh
pull
yeah.
her
Oh,
over. How
oh,
is
for
that targeting?
oh, for sure. Well, I'm sure something probably like happened and like it was just like a big spiraling mess for her. And like I said, what told the cops, what she did obviously wasn't right. Like you just don't tell the cops like, do you know who I am? Like it's
Yeah, well,
freaking
that
you,
drinking,
I mean, duh,
drinking.
like
That's the
I
kind of
don't
shit you do when you've been drinking.
really. I
Fuck
don't.
yeah.
Well, you know what? I've been pulled over and I wasn't the nicest to the police officers before, but in my case, it was because I wasn't doing anything wrong and I was a little irritated on why I was being pulled over. But I did stop. I did pull over when they put their lights on, and I did comply with everything that they said and wanted me to do. I mean, I wasn't happy, but I didn't swear at them or, made it seem like I was.
So what are they going to do with this lady?
So they want her to resign, but she might be able to keep her job because she apologized and she might go to like a couple classes or something like that,
Hey,
making a
Rob.
public
She was
apology.
doing 20 over.
Yeah, 20
And she
over.
said she knew you. She was.
Yes, yes, that's the thing. She goes, I
Yeah.
knew
If
her.
I was there, I'd want her to resign too.
I mean,
It's
it,
not the 20 over. It's the way she acted.
yeah, like not pulling over, first of all.
Yeah. Right,
I mean,
Allie.
like not doing that. And then swearing,
You
being
can't
like,
have that. Yeah. Did they get a chance to like did they write her a ticket?
well, apparently she said that she will pay whatever ticket or speeding ticket that she
Well, did she
gets.
get a ticket then?
I don't know. They didn't say. And I
I
didn't
think
look
it's
it
too
up.
late. I think her career's done.
That you know what the sad thing is too? This is what kind of sucks the most. Is she was the first woman district attorney for our area ever. And then it's
Yeah, but
kind
that
of
doesn't
like,
really have anything to do with it.
yeah, it does.
No,
Like
it
when
doesn't.
no woman has had that position ever.
They do that shit down here too with black sheriffs. Big fucking deal.
I think it is being a
Why?
woman,
There's women district attorneys everywhere.
right? But this is our area, and we never had one.
Yeah, but I
So
bet
it's
you
like,
that's just because it wasn't because she was a woman. They were women. They were just better candidates that happened to be men that won. It's not like they were discriminating and didn't want women prosecutors. Fuck,
oh,
they're on the
so
Supreme
so
Court and
do,
everything
so
else.
so do you think that there's no discrimination against women in the workplace at all?
Well, those people are voted into office, aren't they?
The district attorney, yes.
I'll say so. How is a voting poll discrimination?
Well, the track record of all men, and now finally a woman, when women have been trying to get positions for a long time.
Yeah, but when I understand a position at a company, but when you're an elected official, people can vote for whoever they want to. And if they vote men in, well,
Well, then that's just
I mean,
how
you got women
society
on the
is.
Supreme Court, for Christ's sakes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it took years for women to even be able to
Yeah, but
have
I don't.
positions like that.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Tom, women weren't even
We
able
got
to.
in Michigan is mostly women prosecutors.
Well, that's good. They're progressive. Good for them.
Yeah, but they're not as progressive when it comes to like stuff like that as a state like New York.
I'm just saying it's a big thing when you don't see a woman having a certain position forever, ever, ever.
Did
That's,
Oprah get discriminated against? Did
oh,
Hillary
I'm
Clinton?
sure. Oh, I'm sure.
Well, how can you say that when they made it to where they made it?
I'm saying it took a long time for stuff to get like that. That just didn't happen. Oprah was the breakthrough person who finally was able to get her position. I mean, that's the thing. Women weren't able to vote for a long time. They had to
Yeah, that
fight
was
for
like
that.
100 years ago.
They had to fight for it. And it's proven with many studies that women, even if you are at the same position, even if you have the same credentials, even if everything's the same, the man's going to make more money. And
Yeah,
that
that's
is
true. It's
still
true.
true. That's discriminatory,
No,
but
it's
it's a
not.
fact. So you can't sit here and say that when something like this happens, it
Did
isn't.
the men make more with your same job where you worked?
Yes.
The same job.
Yes. And unfortunately, I found out about it because they were stupid enough to tell me, and then I got pissed off. So I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
but you were
just-
doing a labor job at the
that's
grocery thing,
just-
weren't you?
And I did more work than the guys did.
But didn't you have a labor job at the grocery thing?
Yes.
But you're not
Wasn't it?
no, you're not kicking out
Wasn't it?
the working man.
Wasn't it? It was union at the grocery store,
No,
Michelle.
it wasn't. Nope. We did not have a union. It was not, Wegmans was non-union. And
Oh,
still
it was
is.
non-union.
At the
Okay.
warehouse, they're union. The
Oh,
Wegmans
see,
warehouse.
I
But
was union.
yeah, I was
Right.
not.
CJ Rogers brings up a good point. If women make 20% less, why not just hire all women and save money?
I don't know. They should. There
You
you
just
go.
said it was discrimination.
Business,
They shouldn't.
business people out there, start hiring women so you can save on because you know the women will take the jobs because they're
I mean,
desperate.
the CEO of GM is a woman. The Google YouTube lady was a woman. I mean, there's fucking everywhere. Women astronauts. And what are you watching, a black and white fucking TV with aluminum foil on the antenna?
Tom, it's been a long time coming, and these are just recent.
Yeah, but it's
things.
finally here, and you're still bitching about
This
it.
is recent. We've never had a woman president ever.
Thank God. We don't want one. We don't want women's NBA either. And I don't want to see. This is why these women cops get their ass handed to them. There's some things men are just better at.
Well, I tell you what, the job that I used to do, I was better than at least 75% of the men that worked there.
That's your opinion.
Did more work, and I got paid less. And that was right
Well,
off the
did
bat.
you? How long ago was this, Michelle?
It's like 5 years ago. I don't know.
You got paid less because you did less if it was a physical job.
I didn't do less. That's the thing. And there were proof every day. They wrote down how much everybody put away, how much, and guess who always had the majority or was up there in the top 3 of people that had.
But then also, I mean, Michelle, did you take into consideration how long those people had been at the job?
I did. Stephanie, this isn't up for debate. I know who they were. I know their background story and everything else. What it came down to was they offered him more money. And I just
did you go to your boss about it?
Yeah, he said there's nothing he could have done about it. He was already hired. That's all.
Hey, if you were such a fucking superstar, why aren't you still working there?
Because I don't want to do a labor job anymore.
Okay. Fair enough.
I didn't get paid. They weren't giving me good raises, good enough, and I just didn't want to do. I'm older. I don't want to lug around 40-pound banana boxes anymore. Sorry, you can find someone else who's 20 years old to do it.
All right.
You know?
Yeah, I would have went and got a different job then. I mean, if there was nothing they could do about it. But I've always worked job where, seniority matters, union matters.
She's acting like they held it. You didn't have to work there, Michelle. You could have quit any day.
And I did. And then you asked me why I
not
quit.
for a long time.
I was there for a long time.
Well, why didn't you quit when you knew you were making less?
It wasn't until the end of my career there when somebody actually told me how much they started off with, and I got pissed. And that's why you're not supposed to talk about how much you make at work, especially if you're non-union. Like Stephanie, that's a different story. Like union pay.
You know what you should have done, Michelle, with your experience, you should have went to a union grocery store if you wanted to do that.
They do. They have a union grocery store, but what I noticed was people who worked at the union grocery stores, they complained about the union fees. The unions hardly did anything for them.
Yeah, well, Michelle, I'm sitting on my ass because of the union fees. I get a pension because, I am all for unions. And, I wouldn't survive if I didn't get my pension from the union. Yeah, we had to pay, $50 a month to the union. But so what? It's paying off now. See what I'm saying?
Not only that, The men in your same position got paid the same rate you did, didn't they, Stephanie?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, yeah. Everybody, you you started out. You know, they had a scale, but it didn't matter man or woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You made the same
I just
amount of
think
money.
I mean, I just
Depending on the job too. Now, like deli workers in the grocery store, they're really screwed. Deli people, that's why I'm always so nice to my deli workers, because they have their own union, but they don't make as much as we did in the meat department, and they work their asses off. And so, you know, depending on what part of the grocery store you're working in, the meat department is the best paying union job you can get.
Well,
That's why I stayed there part time for so long.
I
Uh,
I I spoke with, and I know all unions are different, and like the people at the warehouse who were union and the truck drivers and everything, they would always complain to me about the union. Always. They were like, we're paying, and their union dues weren't $50 a month. We're talking like they were telling me that they were paying like $150 every 2 weeks union dues. And then
well,
they
this
said,
is years
no,
ago,
they
but
weren't. No,
oh,
they
I
weren't.
years
can't
ago,
believe
No, they
they
weren't.
weren't paying
No, they
that
weren't.
much.
they
No.
were.
No, they
They
weren't.
showed me. I'm friends with one of them. I can
Bullshit.
show you. I can.
$150 every 2 weeks.
Yes.
Bullshit.
No.
No,
That's hard to
talking fucking
believe.
psycho now. It's not true. It's false media reporting.
Sure. Okay. Whatever, Tom.
That's $300 a month for union dues.
Yeah. They said that they had to pay. They
Oh,
told
they're
me,
full of
they
shit.
were like, the only thing that we get out of it is what Stephanie said, seniority, but then even then, in a union, if you want to take vacation time, you have to bid for that. It wasn't guaranteed. Now, if you worked at the stores and you're like, in a month or two, I want to take a vacation, no one said anything. You got it. It wasn't like, oh no, we can't give it to you. Like you have to do this and that. Like everybody got their time off that they wanted. It was very rare for at the store level for them to tell you, no, you can't, take time off for your vacation. So there were different rules too that they didn't like.
Okay, the highest union dues are engineers, and they pay 800 a year for their union dues.
Thank you.
That maybe they were telling me, but they told me it was a lot. It
Oh,
was
now
something I didn't
it's a
want to pay.
lot. It's not 300. Which the fuck is it?
That's what though. They told me it was 150 every 2 weeks,
Well,
every
here's the
paycheck.
problem. You
Well,
believe
they
it.
were lying.
Yeah.
Maybe. But
Yes, Yes, they were lying.
but
CJ
we're
Rogers works in a union thing, 3%, $40 per month.
okay.
Quit believing this fucking bullshit and reciting it as if it's true.
Well, this is what I was told, and I was told that the union dues that they pay, and then they have to bid on
You
when
got to
they
quit
take
believing people.
vacation. You have to bid on everything, but the
No,
only
you
good thing
got to like
was
have a higher
seniority.
standard for filtering information.
Okay, Tom, I don't know what I'm doing.
No,
Thank
that one
you.
motherfucker told you had a vasectomy too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, and he got pregnant, didn't you?
No, he didn't have a vasectomy. He just told me he couldn't have kids.
No, okay.
Tom, get your facts straight.
All right, yeah, okay.
Okay.
But what he said wasn't true. And you believed it's the point.
So
Now get
people
your shit together and
get
decipher.
my shit together. Get your shit together.
You get it together.
No, you get it together.
Hey, Leah, how you doing? If you notice,
Okay,
Stephanie and I,
okay.
we check facts. We make
Oh,
sure
sure you do.
we make sure
Well,
it's true.
all I am is yes. Unions are great. No, I mean we got regular pay increases. Of course, yeah, they had meetings. The stores would try to fight the union. The union would fight for us and our pay. No, it was worth it. Like I said, I get money every month now because of it. So.
Well, Stephanie says it was worth it, and I met people who were like miserable because of it. They said
Yeah,
that
but your story's like majorly flawed at
we
300 a month. We don't believe any of
okay,
it.
so it wasn't $300 a month. But the thing is these people they would tell me like you'd have
These
to
people, they would
you
tell
would
me, we
have to
want some
bid for
fucking
your
facts.
you would have to bid for your vacation time.
Who gives a fuck?
You would have
Bid? What's
they
bid?
did. They
What do you
did
mean
because of,
What's
bid?
that
You
got to
put
do with how much you get paid?
because of the
right.
because
You
of the
put
storm.
in for your vacation. I mean, that's where we got all of our time off and everything. I mean, yeah, it was wonderful. I can't think of anything
When you were
negative.
with the
Michelle,
union,
you're bitching
Stephanie,
about the union. You bitched where you
Tom,
didn't make as much as they made at a union too.
Tom.
God damn it.
Stephanie, did you have to bid for like if you wanted to take a vacation in a month, did you just tell them that, hey, I want to take a
Me?
vacation, and they're like, okay?
Me?
Yeah. You go to the store manager and you tell them you want to take your vacation time.
See,
I don't understand what you mean bid for a vacation.
so
I don't know what that means.
what they would have to do is they would have to put it out in 6 months that they wanted to take a vacation, and then it would
But
have to
you
get
said they were truck drivers. So see, that
yeah.
might be different.
Yeah, they would have to bid, and then they might get it or they might not get it. That wasn't
We're talking
guaranteed.
about fucking wages.
Yeah, well, that might be for truck drivers because they don't have enough. I don't know anything about that. I can't talk about that because I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, like the
Um,
truck, because they said that they didn't like it, and then the only thing that they said that was good about being in a union was seniority. So like the time that you put in, you would get like better routes, you would get
Right.
better pay. Like there wasn't any like uneven
Hey, the
pay
men
rates.
weren't making more than the women.
well, then again, that's truck drivers. I mean, who's going to? I mean, we're not going to be a truck. You're not going to be a truck driver. So
You give a shit.
maybe their union sucks. Yeah, but I mean,
No,
not all unions suck.
So the point of this is, in a union environment, the men get paid the same as the women.
And we don't know that for a
Exactly.
fact. We don't
Yeah,
know
we
that for a
fucking do know
fact.
it for a fact.
How do you know? Fact check it. I want to
I
see
did
proof.
fact check it because I
I
grew up.
work for
proof.
the union. What are you talking about?
But
I
you
made the
said
same amount.
you said, how do you know? Did you see everyone's pay rate?
You don't need to. It's
Yeah.
ratified contract.
It's in the contract, Michelle. It's in the contracts that the union fight for us, honey.
There's not two pay standards because of sex.
Yes, we saw it in black and white. They can't just go out of the contract and say, okay, I'm going to pay you $5 more.
You just believed two fucking dildo riding dykes and took it home with you. $300 a month union dues. That's just like fucking nuts.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, and you're asking us if we check the facts, and you're saying somebody's
Yeah, but
paying
you don't check
$300 a
facts
month.
either. You talk from
Yeah,
your ass
we
all the
all
time.
our
You do. You
statements are
talk
facts.
you loud and you talk from your ass.
All our
So,
states. You're talking out your ass.
this is what I was told.
Well, you were told wrong, Michelle. That's all
Okay,
we're
I was told
saying, honey.
wrong.
You
But
said Wegmans was a Fortune 500 company too, remember?
they are. They're like one of the
No,
best
they're
companies
fucking
to work
not.
for. They're one of the best companies to work for.
I didn't say whether they were the best. You said they were a Fortune 500 company.
Is there anything else you would like to argue with me tonight,
Just
Tom?
the facts.
Come
Yeah,
on.
let's fact check it.
Come on. So then what Fortune whatever company were they then?
I just said they weren't a Fortune 500 company. You said they were.
Well, hold on.
And they're not.
And your point.
The point is you need to go to more reliable sources before you start talking this shit.
Sure.
Look at Rita. Do you Rita, have you ever known her to make up bullshit?
I don't fact check everything that she says. I just believe
Yeah,
it.
well, you should, because you'll quit fact checking it after about a year, because every time you check it, she's right.
Well, I don't
Well,
go
Michelle,
around.
it just shows, honey, you cannot believe everything people tell you. You got to look into it yourself.
I don't have time to fact check everybody. I don't. If you tell me, like Stephanie, if you told me something, I would believe you.
No, I'm just saying though, I mean, that's like listening to somebody at work say, oh, well, you know, he's making $10 more an hour than me. Well, not if he's working the union job, he's not.
Well, I've never worked for a union. I just know people and some friends who said that it really wasn't worth it.
Yeah,
Well, I hope they
quit
quit
hanging around
then.
with them. Quit hanging around with them.
They're a lot happier now that they don't have union jobs and they're just as
You don't know
successful
that.
and with money. I
They
do.
never
They're
said
my
that to you.
friends.
You're putting
They're
words in
my
your mouth.
friends. I'm not making nothing up. They're happier, they're making more money, and that's that.
Well, I want you to find out what unions they worked for.
Okay.
You know,
Never
if it
happened.
was.
No, it'll never happen.
See, I was in Local 81, which is the meat cutters union. So,
The one union it was at a grocery store, so I don't know what local, like, I never really cared that much to look into it. Like, I wasn't really like, I
right,
gotta look
yeah,
at
because
everything.
the grocery stores, like I said, the different departments, they have different unions. Like I said, the poor deli people, they got screwed. They didn't make enough money for as hard as they worked.
So you would say, Stephanie, that not all unions are the same then?
No, yeah, they're not all the same. No, no,
Okay.
they're not. They're not. But they still, like a store, like if somebody came if the store manager came into the department and said you're fired, you could go straight to the union and the union would investigate. They would fight for your job. Where if you're working in a non-union store, there's really not much you can do about it. Where they say you're fired, you have to leave.
Oh yeah.
So
Well,
that the union always has your back when it comes to your job.
Michelle, you said that you made less than men and you don't like the union either. What the fuck's wrong with you?
nothing.
You got to pick something. You didn't like the non-union, and now you say you don't like the union either, even though they didn't do
I didn't say I
their.
didn't like the non-union. I said I didn't like
You said you
stocking
made
shelves
less
for a
because you were a
living.
female.
I don't like stocking. I don't want to lift
But
40-pound
you
boxes
said you
anymore.
didn't like working for less pay because you were a female. Hey, dummy.
Yeah,
Didn't
I
you?
got pissed. If you find out that the person who's you do just as good of a job as the person next to you,
This is my whole fucking point. I'm agreeing with you.
why would I like that?
You wouldn't, but you don't like the unions either. You didn't like when you were getting paid less because of your sex, but you don't like the unions either that make sure that doesn't happen.
I didn't say that I didn't like the unions. Fact check what's coming out of my mouth. I said I've known people who have worked for unions and they said that the unions didn't really do much for them and actually made stuff more difficult for them.
Yeah, but that $300, once you said that 300 a month, we just
Well,
blew off anything else.
Yeah, but you can bet if they got fired from their job, they would be running right to their union for support. That's for sure, Michelle.
well,
That's one of the criticisms of a union, though, is you can't get rid of the dead weight.
Exactly, Tom. Exactly. There were people at work that didn't work as hard and they were making the same amount of money and you couldn't do nothing about it.
well, I mean, even when I worked at the grocery store, we had people that couldn't do the same amount of work. And I mean, I didn't go around asking everybody how much they made, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, I never complained if somebody else didn't do more work or whatever, because there was probably a reason behind it, but that's just
Yeah,
how
like
it
what?
was.
Like what?
No,
I
you
don't,
were complaining, Michelle, because you said you worked harder and made less money.
yeah,
That's complaining.
I wasn't mad because I had to work harder. What I was mad
You
is that they didn't
complained.
give me more money.
We didn't say mad. You complained about it. But you always had your Catholic religion to fall back on when times got tough.
Right.
Oh
I'm
boy.
not homeless. I still have a house. Like, it's all good.
Yeah.
Like, I left the job. There's nothing, it wasn't like they treat you really well. It's not like you get treated like an asshole at that job. It's
Yeah, but
not like
you're
they,
acting like you're 85 years old. You can't lift a bucket of peaches anymore.
I don't want to do, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to do a
No,
specific.
but you're
Why don't you
saying,
go work at Waffle House, Tom?
hey, I
Go
could.
work at Waffle House.
Yeah, I
Good.
will. I'll
Apply
do it.
tomorrow. Apply
I like to
tomorrow.
work there.
Good. Cool. Apply tomorrow.
I'll do it.
Do it.
You know, they start everybody at $14.99 an hour.
That's what they do here. That's minimum wage here is $15 an hour.
It's 20 here.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. Yep. They raised it.
I couldn't, honestly, I don't have the skill set to work at a Waffle House.
I don't either.
No shit. I mean, really.
No, I don't either,
What's
Tom.
your
Can you
skill set?
imagine a skill set of cooking all that food,
Yeah, under
making
pressure,
making sure it comes out hot?
on your feet on a tile floor.
Well, that's how it was for me when I worked at Dunkin' and at the grocery store. I was on my feet running around for 8 to 10 hours a day, throwing
Yeah, but
stuff around.
you had cheap shoes.
No, actually, the thing with Wegmans is they actually provide shoes for you. Every 6 months, you can get a new pair of sneakers.
A good ones.
So, yeah, they're good. They're name brand, good, freaking solid. They're not like cheap, Payless. So these are like legit, like $50, $60, $70 pairs of shoes. They have a whole
It's not that
catalog.
much now for sneaks.
They have a
Shit,
whole.
we had to buy our own shoes.
A
But see,
good
this is
pair of
what I'm
like
saying.
really good shoes is $200 now.
No, these were good shoes. These were good
Not if they were
shoes.
$60, they weren't.
They were good.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
You
I
think they're
wore
as good
them.
as 200?
Just as good. Just
No, they
because
weren't.
something's a little
No, they
bit
weren't.
more
What's the fucking
expensive,
name of them?
just because something is a little bit more expensive doesn't mean that it's better.
Yeah, it is better.
Okay, sure, Tom. Whatever you say.
HOKA. Look them up. HOKA.
We had to buy
If you had a
shoes.
pair, you'd still be working there.
We had
It
to
wor-
buy shoes for cruise. We had to buy from a certain company because they had to be non-slip.
That's what
They,
these were. These were for
yeah, they
shoes
wouldn't
for
let us
cruise.
wear. We
Yeah,
couldn't wear our own shoes.
but we didn't have
No.
to buy them. The company bought them for
Yeah,
every
but
employee every 6 months if you
yeah,
wanted them.
but Stephanie made good money, so she'd rather buy them herself.
There
Well,
was
I had the union.
No, yeah, thank you. Right, there's something to it.
there is something to it. You either pay for union dues or
No,
you
no,
make a little
no.
less and you get more perks. I mean, that's basically why Wegmans doesn't need a union.
Oh no.
You
You
get free
don't.
stuff all the
No,
time.
wrong. Not true.
Sure.
You work all those years at a non-union store. When you retire, you don't get
You
shit.
get a 401k. You get a 401k. You
That's
put
not a
money into it
retirement
every
like a
week.
union.
Yeah,
It's-
that's not. Yeah.
It goes into the stock market. They hire financial advisors for you. That's free. It's free.
I'd rather know how much income I have coming in every month,
Well,
Michelle.
what you do is you talk to a financial advisor about your 401k, and when it comes time about 10 years before you retire, they set you up with a professional, for free with a financial advisor, and you go through where you put your
You
money.
liked Wegmans,
Wegmans wasn't a bad company to work for.
even though they
I'm not
paid
gonna
you
say-
20.
Oh God,
less.
Michelle, you just said you complained about your wage.
Yeah, but why do you think I still stayed there for 5 years after that? It wasn't because money isn't everything. $1 an hour, like, hey, we're gonna pay, like they still treated their employees well. You got free stuff all the time.
You got
Well, then why did you even bring it up then?
Because I was upset when I found out that my male counterpart, when we were talking about women in the workplace making less money, they do. That's why, Stephanie.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I brought it up. It happens. It's proven and it
no.
happens.
Don't say it's proven.
It's proven. Look it up,
No,
Tom.
you
You're a
look it
fact
fucking
checker.
up.
Go look it up.
I'm Googling it right now.
Google, do women make more money than men in the workforce? We'll make a presentation.
A back
Women
brace?
still make less.
Not everywhere. Not at a union. She just got done telling you. Not at a
Okay,
union.
not
That's what it
okay.
says. It's going on about the different job. It depends on the jobs. Okay,
If you
what?
work at a union company, the women aren't working less, making
Okay,
less.
Tom, maybe. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know about union. I didn't say women that work at union jobs make less, but in general, in the masses, that's just what
Yeah.
happens.
Hey, you know what? In general, nobody watches the WNBA. I mean, who do you want to blame that on?
Who cares?
Yeah,
We're not
that's what
talking about
well,
athletes. I could care less about
no, but they make less too. I mean, what's the point here?
it's if somebody could do a job just as good as you can, then you should be able to be on the same, if you have the same background, the same knowledge, the same certificate, the same whatever, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be
But do you
it
think
shouldn't
you
be
can
a
do the same physical work as a 40-year-old male?
yeah,
No, you can't.
if I wanted to.
No, you couldn't.
Sure could.
Could not.
Could too. Did it. Did it.
No,
Did
you
it
weren't 40
done.
then.
Did it and done.
You weren't 40 then.
It does it matter if I was 20 or if I was 40? Like
No,
what
but
I was
it
doing.
does. It's a fair comparison. You cannot have the same productivity as a 40-year-old male.
No, Tom, I sucked. I deserved my low wages. I
Well, I'm
just
not
sucked
saying
so
that. I'm
much
just
in
saying that.
life. Oh yeah, you are. Oh, you're right. You're right, Tom. Women, I don't know what I'm talking about. Men are, women,
Oh,
everything's
here we go.
cool.
Okay, let's see what this says here.
You
Okay,
having
sorry
Stephanie
guys.
fact check, everything I say. I don't know what I'm
No,
talking
no,
about.
it's not you. You brought up a good topic. I want to look it up.
It's been around for a long time. Like women were just treated that way. And it was because before men were men were the ones that were making the money for their households. That's why.
Okay, it's
And
all right.
now,
Sure. All right, let's see. Okay, it's true that, okay, I'm going to read you this. It's true that women earn less than men in total and on average, but there's nothing to suggest that it's due to a wage difference for the exact same job. Men work more hours, work more skilled and dangerous jobs, and take less time off of work. This results in men earning more money than women. 15 cents per hour.
mine was, well, in the scenario that I was in, it was more than 15 cents per hour. But I mean, like that's
Yeah, but
just
you
one
quit working
person.
there because the men made more, didn't you?
No, that's not why I quit working there. It's because I didn't want to do physical labor anymore.
In reality, businesses don't care about what's between your legs. They only care if you can make money for the company.
Hear that, Michelle?
84%. So it comes out to be about 16 cents. But it is illegal for women to be paid less than men on the basis of sex for over 50 years.
But the thing is that
Hello.
if you don't know what the other person's making, then you can't make the claim of anything being illegal.
We
Right.
can based on what you told us and what you found out.
There's many articles that I read that say that women just make less than men do, and that's just how it is. I've already looked it up. I've already done, I
Oh,
mean,
so there's
anybody
no
who
jobs that
has
women make
Google can
more?
look up a bunch of
Are there any
articles.
jobs that women make more?
Probably not.
Can you give any examples of being a woman put you at an advantage against a man when applying for a job?
I never thought that way.
Well, think that way just for the sake of this question.
I don't know, Tom. What would you think? I don't know. I never thought that being a woman gave me any more advantage than a man at any job.
Oh, fuck.
What
There's no-
about, come on, Michelle, physical labor jobs, okay? Now, a woman cannot, I don't care, some labor jobs, a woman could not do what men do.
Well, I did it. I did, and I did
Lifting
more.
I'm not talking about lifting banana boxes. I used to have to lift cases of meat.
Right.
No,
So
I'm
that's a
not
labor
talking
job,
about
and you
those
were
kind
able
of
to do
jobs.
it, and you were able to do it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about those jobs.
You just said like physical jobs that women can't
Hey,
do.
you said you didn't want to do physical labor. I mean, would you consider Duncan?
Duncan was fast running around. I hardly had to lift anything. It was me grabbing a cup, making coffees, and making food. It wasn't physical at all. The only physicality of working at Dunkin' Donuts was being on your feet for 8 to 10 hours. As far
Do
as
the DoorDash men make more than you?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
You
I
don't
don't know
know.
how it works.
You don't know.
I always tip the men more.
I mean, I don't know if they do or not. Like, I don't
You
talk to
bid
the
on how much
agent.
the jobs are going to pay, don't you? Do they give a flying fuck what sex the people do? Or
I have no idea, Tom. You fact check that.
you fact check it. You
No, you
work
fact
there.
I
check
just
it.
did. It doesn't matter what's between your legs.
Does your husband make more delivering than you?
I don't compare our paychecks. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know riding around with him, helping him deliver, whether he made the same or more than you.
No, I'm not checking his
Oh,
thing. I'm
Michelle,
just
stop. You know
Yeah.
what your husband
You-
makes.
I don't know how much he makes. I
Oh,
literally
stop.
don't.
Every wife knows what their husband makes.
I
Come
don't.
on.
I know
Michelle, don't
Michelle,
lie.
I
Michelle,
know
Come
I know
Michelle,
on.
we're
a
talking
roundabout.
about DoorDash, the same place you delivered for.
What's that?
We're talking about the same food delivery companies you worked for that he did.
I don't know, Tom. I'm not going to say anything I don't know about because I'll have to fact check it. I don't know. I'll be
Do you
honest
think
with
there's
you.
a
I don't
possibility
know.
he made more than you because he was a man delivering pizzas?
I don't know.
This doesn't make any sense.
I can only tell you my experience and what's happened to me. I don't know everybody's experience. I don't know how the whole process
You bid
because
on how much deliveries pay, don't you?
No,
they
you talk to your husband about your jobs, Michelle. Come on.
I honestly he probably makes I know a roundabout how much he makes, but
I'm
I don't
talking
know
about
exactly.
delivering food just like you did.
I don't know. I'll bring him up here so he can tell
Bring
you
him
how
up
much he
here.
makes. He's sleeping right now because he works 2 jobs.
You're thinking there's a chance that the men get paid different than the women for delivering DoorDash?
I don't know. The only thing that I can tell you is working with the food delivery service is what I take is they send you an offer. Now, what I've also found out is because you get an offer and then you either accept it or you don't.
Right.
I
You don't
don't
give a
know.
fuck what sex you are.
I don't know what offers other people were getting. I don't know.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
No, but no matter what they were, it wasn't based on what fucking sex you were if you were agreeing to deliver the food.
Okay, so
You're
what is
saying
that?
you don't know if men got paid a different rate than women working for fucking DoorDash deliveries?
I don't. I don't know, Tom. You can fact check
Well,
it.
my husband knew my paycheck. I knew his paycheck. I mean, we had to know how much money we had coming in for our frickin' bills.
All I do, I don't look at any of the financial stuff
You
in my
rode around with
relationship.
them.
What's that?
You rode around with him and helped him deliver his jobs.
Not every day. Like I
No,
would go for
one
like
day
a
was
couple
enough.
hours.
How much
I would
was he
go.
making more than you?
I would go a couple hours.
Yeah, but you knew how much he was accepting as the pay rate for that delivery, didn't you? It's the same
Not all.
fucking rate you would have got if you would have been in his shoes.
Maybe I don't know because
Oh.
we were. It's not like we both had our apps going at once, and I was getting the same deliveries as he
No, but
was. I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
based on sex, your sex.
I don't know, Tom.
Well, I don't understand it because, I mean, who does the bills in your house, you or him?
He does them.
I'm talking about the same fucking company. Both of them are delivering food for.
I don't understand why this is getting so heated. It's
It's
Tom.
getting
Tom,
heated
like
because
he gets
they
heated
don't
with
give
me
a
with
fuck what your
everything.
sex is when you pick a delivery to deliver.
You're
They
right,
don't know
Tom.
your
Maybe.
sex.
I'm just gonna agree with you, so you shut up. Like, okay, maybe we both get paid exactly. DoorDash, everybody deliver there because you know you'll get paid the same. I don't know what
Do
to
you
tell
think
you
it's
here.
possible
I really
DoorDash
don't.
pays men more?
I think this is hilarious. I have, yes, we get paid the same. Everything's equal. Everything's fair. Life is fair. Life is equal. Everything's good, Tom.
No, I mean, this is just
No,
crazy.
no, you're right. No, I'm wrong.
No,
I don't know
seriously, it's
anything.
crazy.
You're right. You're right.
Michelle, don't be condescending. We're just trying to figure it out,
No, you're
honey.
just trying to make me look like everything that I say is
No.
nope, that's not it. That's not it. What are you doing? This and
Michelle,
that.
you're saying that you think it's possible for a DoorDash delivery that the rate would change based on someone's sex and that you don't know. Do you know any fucking person that isn't retarded or in a coma that would believe this?
No, you're right. I'm a retarded and in a coma. Yeah.
Well, you've improved.
Yeah. Thanks.
No, I just don't. It just doesn't make any sense.
Does it have to?
Well, yeah. I mean, when we're talking about wages and the difference between what your sex is, it's important.
Why?
Well, because Michelle, you started it, honey, when you said women are getting less money than men.
Because they are.
And we're just trying to figure out. You both did DoorDash, and we're just wondering, do the men make more at DoorDash?
I just said I don't know.
All
And
right,
You know.
Tom's
then.
making me sound like I'm just some idiot who's whatever. So it is
And
what
you
it is.
rode around with a male, your husband, and knew what he was getting paid
But
when
the
you
thing
helped him
is,
deliver.
but the thing is with deliveries, every delivery you get paid different. So it's
It
not
is,
like a
but it isn't based
standard.
on fucking sex, is my point.
Okay, you won. You're right. Are you happy?
Yeah. He delivers a pizza 12 miles. You deliver a couple of
Okay.
hot dogs for 4.
Cool.
That's not what
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
you're right.
I'm talking about
DoorDash is
one
not.
delivery 12 miles away. He gets more than you do for the same items that takes the same time. Not true. Doesn't happen. DoorDash
Okay.
doesn't give a fuck what your sex is my
Okay.
point.
Okay. You're right. Good job. It's not that big of a deal to me.
It is a big deal. You complained about Wegmans paying you less when you found out about it.
Yeah,
Well,
they
which is it?
did. They did. When I worked at Wegmans, I found out that I was making less than the person next to me
Oh,
who was doing the exact same thing, and I was upset. That's it.
and you just didn't know what was going on at the food delivery places. You just went with it.
I don't because it's all through an app and every delivery is different and
I'm
I
not
don't
talking
know
about
how
every
they
delivery being different.
it is different.
No, it is different. I'm talking about, as an example, for the sake of an argument, it's a fucking Jimmy John sub. It's 12 fucking miles away. You get it or your husband gets it. Are the rates the same?
I don't know. But just to like calm your nerves, we'll say that what's in between my legs, whether it's a
Okay,
penis
I'm
or
gonna
a
Google it.
vagina, we get paid the same,
Oh,
okay?
Google it.
Just
I'm
for the
gonna
sake
Google
of
it.
okay.
God, I love Google.
You're right.
No, you don't
Okay,
have to
Tom.
fucking Google this.
You're right. You're right. Why are you mad? We're agreeing with you.
You don't have to Google this.
I you're right,
Why?
Tom. Because you know everything. You're right. You're right. Women get paid the same at every job, and it doesn't matter.
Okay, now don't go there, Michelle. We're talking about DoorDash.
And the rate that anybody gets for the same sub that's going 13 miles down the road.
Have
That's
another
it.
one, Tom.
That's all.
Have another one.
That's it. That's all. That's it. Same one.
Tom looks
Same
like the guy
sub.
from
13
Shining.
miles. Now you want to
You're
start
right,
talking
Tom.
about,
There's no need to get like all wild up over who gets paid what in DoorDash. It doesn't affect you. Doesn't matter.
well, it does affect me when you think that the rate on taking a job has something to do with sex. It's nuts.
I don't. I all I can tell you is with DoorDash and Ubering and doing all of that, you get different rates. And I've actually been in the car with my mother who she got the same offer, but it was more. So how they figure out
Oh no,
who
hold
gets
on here.
what?
Hold on. This is
Yeah, hold,
new. This is new. What are you
yeah.
talking about?
We've been in the car together. We've had the app going because that's what it goes through. It goes through a computer system. And she got the same, I declined an offer, and then it came back to her once, and it was the same because we were trying to see about the offers and stuff and how many offers were coming in and who they were going to. And she would get the same place, but it was like 25 cents more.
Yeah,
So
but
I
isn't
don't,
that, but I think, and I don't know too much about this, but I thought that these outfits increase rates until they get someone to take it as an incentive when they've
that's
been,
that's probably what it is. I
but that's not,
don't know.
but well, it probably is what it is. But
But
that's
that's
not
how it
based
is.
on, but that's not based on sex.
I didn't say it was based on sex. You're the one bringing sex into everything.
You're saying that you don't know if men make different
I
money than
don't because I
DoorDash.
don't.
No,
I
but
don't
you
know
should know.
if the car person next to me if they're getting the same offer as I am. I
No, I
don't
know. Yeah,
know.
there could be incentives, just like you mentioned with your mom. My point is, DoorDash doesn't give a shit what your sex is. It's the same
Okay.
rate.
Okay. Okay.
You got it?
Okay, got it.
Okay.
It's clear.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. It isn't clear. It's clear now, but
Yeah,
this isn't Wegmans.
put
This is
you can
DoorDash.
hang up your hat. Hang
DoorDash,
up your
DoorDash,
hat.
DoorDash,
Tom
DoorDash.
Reed won. I
No,
don't
it's
it
not about
doesn't
winning. It's just
I'm not
insane.
arguing about it, Tom. You're the one arguing. I'm not. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth me getting riled up over if the person next to me is getting paid
Well,
more
I
with
just don't know how
DoorDash.
you know so much about unions, but don't know too much about a place you've worked for. While in the husband next to a male in a car, next to a male. That's the mystery.
I never thought to look at what he was making. Like it wasn't like I
No,
was
you know
like,
why?
how much are you
Because
making?
because because it didn't matter who accepted the offer. Didn't matter if it was him or it was you. They didn't care. They wanted that sub at that time to go from Jimmy John's 12 miles away. Didn't care if it was gay, straight, male, female, transgender, hermaphrodite. The whole premise was reimbursing somebody to take this sub 12 miles. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that you can get as you get more popular, like with DoorDash, and you don't reject shit where it's costing you more than it does to deliver, that you get like you go up this thing and you start getting the better deliveries. But
Well,
once
I'm not.
again, that has nothing to do with your sex, is my
I'm
point.
not. I'm not going to be doing DoorDash much longer, anyways.
That,
So I
that doesn't
mean,
have anything to do with this either.
it does because I don't care. Like if I'm not
Well, you
doing it,
should care if you're going to do it for a little while longer, and you
no.
think
I
there's a
mean,
possibility you're making less money than the men.
I. I
I mean, if you
don't
didn't like it
know
at Wegmans, why would you like it there?
if I didn't like what.
Getting paid less than men for the same job.
Nobody would like that. If anybody found out that
Ugh.
the person next to them was getting paid more, male or
Hey,
it didn't even
hey,
matter if he was a man
hey,
or a
we know
woman.
this. We
So
get it.
yeah, Tom, no, I wouldn't like to if I
Okay.
found out that somebody next to me doing the exact same job and everything. No. And I don't expect anybody else would like that either.
It's not the point.
Yeah, it is the point.
No, it's not the
It
point.
is.
It's not.
It is.
Nobody likes getting paid. The point is whether DoorDash
Exactly.
gives a
That's
fuck.
the point of the story.
No,
I
no.
didn't
The
like
point is
that
whether
fact.
DoorDash cares what sex you are when you accept a delivery. I say they don't.
I say they don't either.
You said you didn't know.
I don't know. Because I don't.
But if it was true, it'd bother you, wouldn't it?
If I found out that it was true, yeah, it would bother. Why wouldn't
Okay.
it bother you?
Well, that's a good
Why
point. Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Welcome to my world.
That's
Hello.
stupid. That's stupid. Why would you not getting paid somebody else who's doing the exact same thing and is getting paid more than you? Why would that not bother you?
It did say that female DoorDash drivers make more tips than men do.
I mean, like I said, I don't know if Eric makes more, but you know what I mean? Like I don't go out with him every single day. You
How
know,
about the one fucking day you did?
it wasn't all day. It was like for like an hour or
Okay, for an
two.
hour. What did you observe?
It seemed like a normal day. Like
Yeah,
it's, I
just
don't
like
know.
yours, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Ah,
I
thank
didn't
you.
break it down.
Okay, good.
I didn't break it down into like, you know,
You couldn't break it down. They got a hold of him, wanted 2 grilled cheeses to go around the block.
you can't compare DoorDash anyways because you get tips. So like
I'm
the
not
thing is,
talking about fucking tips.
no, you're fucking talking about a job, and half
No,
of the
I'm
job is
talking
how much
about a
tips you
pay
get. No,
rate
your
based on
wage,
sex.
when you're a tipped worker, your wage is based on tips.
No, that's not what I'm
Yes,
talking about.
yes, it
No,
is what you're
we're
talking
talking
about.
about the reimbursement from DoorDash and whether your sex has anything to do with it. I say no. You say you don't know.
Because I don't.
You do.
I don't.
Yes, you do. Just admit it and we'll move on.
I don't know.
Do you at least agree that women get more tips doing DoorDash than men?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, according to Google, they do.
Yeah. See, there you go. Women make more tips on DoorDash. I don't know. Eric could be making a lot of tips. I mean, I don't know. Like,
We're not talking about fucking tips.
that's your wage though. So, I mean,
No, it's then what are you fucking agreeing to when they send you an offer? Your tips? No.
it
You're
is. It
agreeing to
is.
deliver the food. Tips are
No,
separate.
when you accept an offer, it is with the tips in the offer and how
You
they
don't know what the
base.
fucking tips are. You said sometimes you don't get any tips.
Yeah,
So what are you
app,
accepting then?
through the offer. I don't accept those. That's why my acceptance rating
But
is
you don't
low.
know your tip until you get there, do you?
No, no, no. You know before you get there what you're getting.
Not
Rarely,
your tip.
rarely. Yes, yes, you do. Yes,
Yes, you do, Tom. They
yes, you
know
do,
their
Tom.
tip. They
Yes, you
do
do.
know their tip.
But isn't the tip based on like getting it there on time and all
No,
that shit?
no. You get your tip. Your offer comes with the tip already included. Now,
Yeah, what
there's
you do, Tom, is it'll have the tip at the bottom before you process your card, and then you put in how much you want to give the driver.
That's
it,
just
it
insane.
it's very rare that you go to the house and they give you a cash tip on delivery. Very rare.
Yeah, it's all put on your debit card, Tom.
But you said sometimes when you went on those places that you got a bigger tip than you expected.
This is because this is what they do. This is the weird thing about DoorDash. This is
You
what
can tip after, like Tom. I do DoorDash a lot, and also they'll put a suggestive tip in, okay, and then after your food's delivered, you can go back and tip the driver more money on your card if you want to.
yeah. So once in a great while, like I'll get an offer, right? And it'll say, let's just say it's $8, right? And I'll accept it. I'll be like, okay, it's fair. It's a good price. Like, I only have to drive like 3 miles or so. That's a good delivery. So I'll go and grab it. And sometimes, and that's even rare, like all of a sudden it'll be like, oh, you made $9 instead of $8. And I'll be like, all right, because what you initially accepted and then what you get later on, I mean, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah,
But
they can add more to the tip. Like if I said, okay,
if
if
you
I
stand the chance of getting an unknown tip, why
it's
accept any delivery
this is
when
the
there's
weird
no
the,
tip
well,
there?
this is the weird thing about DoorDash. This is why I don't like doing it, is because they change, like the way that they pay is kind of weird. And I think because like Stephanie, right? So when you order DoorDash, there's obviously, what you're paying, and then you put a tip or you don't put a tip. And then what I'm saying is like all of the delivery service fees and stuff that they charge customers, I
yeah,
think is what deters people from tipping either what they should be tipping for a normal tip worker, because a delivery driver, you don't get paid, you don't make, it's very rare for you to make minimum wage because they have these flat, it's weird how it all breaks down. It's not as black and white and
well,
everything
see,
with
that's why, yeah, I don't understand how somebody could order a food delivery and put zero tip in there. I
Yeah,
mean, no, yeah, that's just unheard of.
it
Yeah,
happens a
you
lot.
you do have the stupid fees, but I'm not going to or have somebody bring me food and not give them a tip, Michelle. I
Yeah,
mean,
people do it a
if
lot. It's
I wouldn't
it's
take those calls.
I don't. Oh no, I
No.
don't. That's what sucks about DoorDash is because so I'll sit there and I'll be like, no, I'm not taking that. And you got to see it, Stephanie. Some of these they want you to drive 8 to 10 miles for nothing, for like five
I can't
bucks.
believe that,
Not
Michelle.
even. Yeah.
I've never heard. I just can't believe that nobody would give a tip. Why would a driver bring you food with zero tip?
Well,
thank
they'll
you.
get. I should put a camera to like show you guys. I should do like a live stream, and I should bring like a camera so that you guys can actually see some of these offers, and you would so be
Well, you
like,
should just tell.
you
Yeah,
guys would,
well, we
you
would
guys would
believe you.
laugh.
But that's unbelievable. I just can't believe that. It's like they'll have at the bottom they'll have like one. I mean, I never just tip one fucking one
Well, because
frickin'
you have
dollar.
sense, Stephanie. You have sense. But like I try to tell people, like it was weird because Eric got really upset one time because somebody put in an order, didn't put a tip in there, and he went to drop it off to her because he was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna take this to her. I was like, oh geez. I'm like, don't, go crazy. And he was like, you're a freaking tip worker that I'm bringing it to. It was like a hairdresser. And he's
Unbelievable,
like, you
Michelle.
depend on tips for a living, don't you? And he's like, well, so do I. And he's like, I can't believe, he was just like, kind of like, here's your food,
Unbelievable.
right to her job, and everything.
I wouldn't have a good. I couldn't have a clear conscience.
But that's what I'm
Me
saying.
either, Tom. That's the whole point. I wouldn't either. I
No.
mean, if I can't afford to order the food and give a tip, then I'm not ordering it.
No, you know,
I
there's
mean,
that seafood place I go up to in Athens. They have this special because the prior owner did it, and they're new owners and they don't have enough balls to cancel it. And from 4 to like 5:30 or some shit like that, you can get all the raw, fresh oysters you want for $1 a piece.
uh-huh.
I'm usually not there. I've eaten by then. But I have stopped by there a couple times, and they're like $3 or $4, whatever the fuck they are. That's what they're supposed to be. And the waitress
Right.
comes, like, do you have that special shit? Oh, yeah, they are. Say, how much are they? $1. I said, well, I don't want to pay them. I'm paying what they are when they're not on the special. I'm not sitting in a fucking restaurant in this competitive market and eating. And I found out later because I just happened to be sitting next to the owner's, one of his employees at the sushi place a couple weeks ago. They lose money on that deal. I'm not going in places and helping them lose money and being a cheap fucker,
Well, the thing is they do
even if
that.
it's offered to me.
They do
I'm
that.
not doing it.
They do it to lure people in so that people are like, "Oh, these were really good. I'm gonna come back here." That's why
Yeah,
they
and I
do
do. I
stuff
do come
like
back to, but
that.
I'm not even eating. I don't want anything anywhere where people are losing money.
It's a business tactic
I
to
don't want to
gain
be part of
money.
that.
It's a business tactic to gain money. It's not
No, I'm not
even, it's
fucking do
not,
it.
they don't do it to lose money on purpose.
No, but
It's
they
to
are
bring
losing
people
money, and
in.
I'm not going to be a person that's a part of that equation.
But I mean, in the long run, any business that you already know going into a business, when you start a business or whatever, that there's going to be some kind of loss, right?
Hey, this isn't
And,
the point.
but I'm just saying, it's not
Yeah,
like
I understand that. Lost leaders.
yeah. So,
The
I mean, it's
point
not
of
like,
this, what I said is, I don't want to be one of those people.
well, pay full price for
Tom, do you
You
everything.
pay fucking
remember
full price.
And more power to
Tom, do
you.
you remember
Thank you.
years ago how the bars used to have happy hours?
Yeah.
And I mean, we'd go to this Mexican place and we would drink margaritas, and they would have a whole taco bar
Yeah,
set up
$5.
in the
$5.
bar. Yeah. And all the tacos you could eat during happy hour for just a few bucks. But see, they made money on their margaritas.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I don't even think they have happy hours like that anymore.
I don't even mind doing it for like a taco or some shit, but I'm not eating fucking fresh oysters for $1 a piece and then leaving with a $12 bill. Fuck that.
Oh, I don't eat oysters, so
They're hard to
I
get now.
wouldn't go. Yeah.
I
I'm
tell you,
not
if I
big
owned a
on
business, I'm
shellfish
not
either.
doing a goddamn thing and losing money on it. And if you don't want to come there, good for you. I don't want you there anyway, you cheap fuckers.
Well, it's just like when it's
You
just
think
like
they do that shit in Palm Beach and San Mateo,
we have
Miami Beach? They tell you to get the fuck out of there.
we have people, right? So when I was a vendor and I used to see prices of everything, price losses and with sales and everything, they would have sales at stores where it would almost be even or at a loss for the company.
Walmart got
Now,
busted for that.
they would do that. It wasn't because they were like, oh, yay, we want to lose money. It was because we want people to come in the store. They're going to see, like, oh, this is a
I
really
don't mind
cheap
doing it
price.
to fucking Walmart. They're making $1 billion fucking dollars a day. But I'm
Well,
not
it's
doing it
not
to a
Walmart.
one-man shop oyster bar.
It's just how they do business. That's all. It's not a bad
No,
thing.
they
You're
don't
not a
want to
bad
do it. They
person.
don't
You're
have
not
enough
a bad
balls to
person
cut it off yet.
if you go in and somebody's willingly doing a sale on something. It doesn't make you a bad person for paying the price of something that they're
No, it
putting out
doesn't, but it
there.
makes you a douche.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It's like when people buy stuff on sale all the time. It doesn't make them a
Not the
douche.
same. Stuff on sale isn't losing money. This is a one-man fucking location trying to hang in there, afraid they're going to piss off some cheap fuck.
Okay, well, whatever.
I tell them, hit the road, take this boot in your ass. Please don't come back. Leave me a negative review. I don't care. That's why I don't own a restaurant. I'd be throwing these motherfuckers out of there all day long. All they had to say is, "Where's the dollar oysters?"
That you put on the menu.
No, they wouldn't be on my fucking menu if I bought it. No
Well,
way.
it's just like happy hours. When they used to do happy hours all the time.
I don't think they lose money on happy hours. They just don't make as much.
Mhm. It gets
Oh
people.
yeah, they just use the cheap
What-
alcohol. Yeah.
What they do is it brings in more volume, and sometimes that actually ends up equaling out whatever cost that they might be losing, bringing in more people. And
I
then
get
those
on.
people,
I get
and
on.
then
I
and then
understand like
those
loss
people,
leaders.
and then those people, yeah, they might get their happy hour drinks, but then they might buy something else that isn't on sale, and that's what they're banking on.
No, you still make money on stuff on sales. On
Yeah,
sale.
but I'm just saying they're also banking on you ordering something to eat at full price. It's just a tactic.
I know. I'm talking about one-man bands. And I know what the deal is. I could get books cheaper than I get at Barnes & Noble all day long. But I don't. I buy them anyway because I want them to be there.
Well, if you have the money, Todd, do what you wish.
I got a goddamn conscience. I know what's right. Yeah, you're right, Chris. Food trucks. That's another. I got a beef with those too. Motherfuckers park 20 feet down from a guy that's paying $5,000 a month rent. Take the lunch crowd and then drive off. I say fuck food trucks. You can't. How are you going to compete with a fucking food truck when you're paying $5,000 a month rent and he's parked across the street from you at lunchtime?
I don't know how food trucks. I mean, like I think that they can only park in certain spots here. They have to
Yeah,
have
no,
like
they're smart.
they can't park wherever they want to park though.
Yeah,
They
I think that places are getting smarter. Like if you're a businessman, you got to control these fucking wackos that are on the council and shit. They don't know jack fucking shit about profit and loss. They're gonna just let every fucking taco selling motherfucker from 100 miles come and park up and down there.
Yeah, they can't park wherever they feel like parking here. I don't know about Georgia, but you can't just park a food truck next to certain businesses.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Costco, those chickens are good, man. I think they must brine those chickens. They're way better than Walmart's chickens. I just don't. I don't know if they would be losing money on $7 a chicken when you're buying a billion of them at a time.
Well, there's one grocery store here, and this is how they made their money. This is how they made their money is they would make these sales, right? These ridiculous sales, like cheap. They would put like about 10 to 15 items where like you would not be able to find these prices anywhere else. But everything else in the store was overpriced. So like some businesses do pull that tactic where like people see the sale and they're like, "Oh, yeah, And then some people just have consistent
Not the real
prices.
bargain hunters don't.
Oh, the real bargain hunters freaking that's what they do. They go into all these different, grocery stores and stuff and just buy sale items. And guess what? You can make out doing that big time. But
Yeah, who's got time for that bullshit?
as soon as you buy the thing next to it, it's literally hiked up like $1 more than like the store next to you.
Not
It's
falling prices, Walmart.
Walmart's a whole other entity. Like when I used to have to when I did sales at Walmart, they're just a monopoly that can afford to buy everything in bulk from the actual suppliers because they're so big. See,
Yeah.
once you get to be so big and you're buying massive quantities of things, your cost is down, which you can pass down to the customer if you choose to do so. It's just how it works. Do I like the small guy who's trying to make it? Sure. But that's just how things work. And, it's like,
I don't
if
have
you
a
want
problem.
to,
Does
if you want to
Walmart
own a
bother
small
you,
business.
Stephanie?
What, Tom?
Does Walmart bother you in their business practices?
Um, well, I'm going to shop more at Walmart now that I have a car, Tom. Um, but because the prices are cheaper. But then again, my store, Safeway up here, right, that's just a half a mile from my house, they have really good sales. But Michelle is right. What happens is you go in and they do have stuff on sale, but if you need a jar of mayonnaise, it's going to cost you
Yep.
$6
Yep.
when you can go to Walmart and get it for
Yep.
$3. So I understand that part, but I'm like you, Tom. I'm not driving to all these different stores just to save a few dollars.
But I think you can pretty much count on pretty good prices at Walmart.
Yeah.
Walmart and, well, where I live, if you wanted to save for the majority of your stuff, you would either have to go to Walmart or go to Wegmans. And Wegmans was a little bit more pricier than Walmart on most of their stuff. But in general, as far as every item per store, those were your two best bets on not getting completely price hiked. Price hiked on
Now,
items.
my Walmart that is close to my house, their produce department sucks big time.
Yeah,
They have the worst. I don't know what other Walmarts are like,
Well,
but
some of them are good.
oh yeah,
it
ours
just
is
is like
bad.
that. Yeah.
There's
So
one
if
from
I
here to the east that sucks, and one to the west that's great.
Yep.
Okay,
That is
yeah, see,
true.
mine sucks. So if I need produce, then I do have to make another stop at my Safeway to get my produce because Walmart just does not have it going on there.
Yep.
So
Walmart is very inconsistent between its stores. Like,
Yeah.
I had 4 Walmarts on my route, and the difference between people giving a shit about their job and about stuff going on, like just in general, was night and day. It wasn't like, oh, it was just crazy. It was like,
What were
oh,
you
the
selling Walmart?
frozen ice cream and pizza. I was your ice cream sales lady. Ice cream and pizzas.
What pizza brand were you hawking?
DiGiorno. Mostly DiGiorno, but like at smaller stores, we also had Red Baron. What other pizzas? I think it was mostly Red Baron and DiGiorno, but it was mostly through Nestle. We were a
now
distributor of
what
Nestle.
happened to that job, Michelle? That
The
sounds
men were
like
making more.
Do you want to
that
know what?
stop, Tom.
I
That sounds like kind of a fun job.
It was a good job. It's just it was a lot of hours, and I had a family. I had a son, and I didn't want to work, 60 hours a week. I didn't want to work on my
Oh.
vacations. I didn't.
You still
Yeah,
don't want to work 60 hours a week.
no, I don't want to work 60 hours a week. Are you kidding me?
Don't blame it on the sun then.
No, there was a reason though, but there was a very
No, but
good
there's not
reason.
now.
There's a very good reason.
Now?
Well, now I don't want to do the physical job. That was a very physical. So what I had to do was, this was my job. Here was my job description. I would have to go to the store. I'd have to put up all my product, which I had a full tractor trailer I'd have to follow for a whole day's worth. I'd have to go put up pallets of products at each store. I would have to order, rotate it, talk with the managers and travel to every store. So I mean, yeah, my days were pretty long, and it definitely took a toll on any other life that you may have outside of working. So
Well,
at first it wasn't so bad.
DiGiorno. to me is the best frozen pizza
It
I've
is.
found.
No, it is, and it's not just because I'm
Yeah,
not just saying it because I sold it, because obviously I don't sell it anymore, but, like, I literally, because I never ate frozen pizza before ever, right? Until I started
right.
this job, and I'm like, "This is actually a good pizza. This is actually
It,
tastes decent." Like, so I
no, it
still.
is good. It is good, and it's not a cheap pizza either.
Yeah, but
No.
you know what? On these, you know this, Michelle, on these frozen pizzas,
Yeah.
like take for an example, California Pizza Kitchen.
Yeah.
You're not getting the frozen version. Is not the same as the one you're getting in a restaurant.
Oh, never, never.
Well,
Like,
So they
of course
contracted out.
not.
There was a place in Michigan where I used to take Daisy to that park,
yeah.
and I'd get gas before I'd go into the park. And there was a big, huge, giant building there. And they made frozen pizzas for like 19 places.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they had all sorts of like 19 different places they made frozen pizzas for. But
Mhm.
what happens is like you try and market your name, California Pizza, and it's like, oh, I bet
Yeah.
these are good. Well, they're not bad, but they're nothing. They're not the same recipe in pizza that you get in a California Pizza Kitchen restaurant.
Because their ingredients are probably fresher. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not that. It's a whole nother different recipe.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yep.
figures.
Yeah.
Well, they probably need to use different recipes to keep it frozen, to keep it okay for you to cook later on
That could
too.
be.
That's
That could have
probably,
something to do with it, but
you
just
know.
everything looks different. They take a picture of the one at a restaurant, but it's not California Pizza Kitchen making the motherfucker. It's a subcontractor punching out 2 billion of them a week.
Yeah, I believe it. Well,
Yeah.
just like what I did. I worked for a distribution company that worked through Nestle, and they did have Nestle was their major account, but they also had other accounts that, we would have to go in and put out. They would hire, a distribution person to go to all the stores and everything. But they don't do a lot of that anymore. Like, there's vendors, but like there's not a ton of them because it all costs money to
Yeah.
have
How about,
people do that.
what do you think of Tombstone Pizza?
Yuck.
Jack's.
Yuck, yuck, no, not Jack's. No way.
Really?
Mm, or just like ice cream. We sold Edie's, Haagen-Dazs, any Nestle fruit bars, ice cream bars. Um, yeah, it was all frozen food though. It was all that came through the freezer. But the plus thing that I could say where my job was actually like legit needed, where like a store couldn't handle it themselves, was, like I said, you had some Walmarts that would literally not even notice that like their whole freezer doors are empty. And not just, and the stuff would be in the back room. So like you do have stores that can't see that something's in the back and put it on the shelf for customers to buy or care if a customer comes up asking about something. So there are places that literally just, you have employees who are just like, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like, I need, like, I'm like, call me. Like, if you notice something, but half the time nobody notices because they don't even care. If something's empty, like, and it could be their stuff too. Like, whatever.
Yeah, that's the store manager's fault.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah,
exactly. And it's not every store because, like, I would sit
right.
back and I would be like, Wegmans could do this themselves. Like, they do. They do everything else themselves, and they would probably, and like, there were There were stores who were like, "Oh, yeah, we put up a couple of your cases. We noticed that they were empty." I thank them, like, "Oh, well, they're just probably just they actually cared." You know what I mean? They just weren't like I just it was just weird. It's night and day with some yeah, I never had a problem with Wegmans. Um, Walmart, it was just like chaos. I would have to fight sometimes with the management there because they would try to like deny orders that they didn't know what they were talking about. I'd have to literally drag them over to the freezer and be like, Do you see the stuff in the freezer? No, it's not there. Drag them to the freaking floor. Do you see these empty holes everywhere? Well, I'm trying to bring stuff in for you guys, and they'd be like, oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. You can bring your stuff in. I'm like, okay. Thank you.
Hey, Stephanie. Excuse me. Stephanie,
Yeah.
did you unblock Rita? I just blocked her accidentally.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
But it was like night and day as far as every store went. Like, so I can't even say like Walmart, all Walmarts were like that because they weren't.
Oh, could someone else in the chat unblock Rita? For some reason, I can't do it off my phone. Somebody
Hey, Chris, will
unblock
you
Rita.
unblock Rita? I did
Yeah.
accidentally. And since I'm on StreamYard, not YouTube, I can't unblock her.
Yeah, somebody will get her in the
His
chat.
Infolove was banned too. What the fuck is wrong with this goddamn thing? Unblock Infolove too.
That's weird.
Yeah.
There isn't. I hope there isn't somebody in there blocking people.
No, I don't think so. It was me. It's just I'm trying to time
Oh,
out
okay.
Chris for fucking saying put me on every other fucking comment.
Yeah, please unblock Jane, Infolove, and Rita, guys.
Yeah. Chris, can you do that? Oh, it says block though. Oh, thanks. Chris, quit asking me that same goddamn question over and over.
What's your okay, Stephanie, so what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Let's
I'm clicking
see.
on the motherfucker right next to it.
Right now, actually, the last ice cream I bought, you know what I bought, Michelle?
Thank you,
Those Klondike bars.
Oh yeah. Who doesn't what would you do for a Klondike bar?
Yes, I bought, you know what kind I bought? I bought the peanut butter chocolate one.
Oh, I haven't tried that one. I've only
Oh,
tried is it good?
yeah.
I'll have to
Well,
try it.
if you like Reese's peanut butter cups, yeah.
Oh geez, this is gonna be
But if I'm actually, Michelle, if I'm just eating ice cream at home,
yeah.
which I don't do very often, I buy vanilla ice cream and then I buy hot fudge topping.
That's the number one seller is vanilla. The number
Yeah.
one seller of ice cream is vanilla.
And
Flavor wise.
I buy the Hershey's hot fudge in the jar.
Yum. Who wants ice cream? I have
Oh
ice cream.
God, that
I
sounds so
don't
freaking good, right?
I
Tom, do
don't
you like ice cream?
especially in the summer. Tom,
Get out of here.
I, I think Tom's trying to
Yeah,
like
not
get
too much.
Rita.
No.
Get out of here.
I
Goddamn dogs bother me now.
well, actually Nestle has good fruit bars too. They're outshine bars with the real fruit. Those are good in the summertime too. And they actually have chunks of fruit in them. Those are
Oh,
not bad.
Tom, Frisky said they're on 300-second timeout, so
Oh,
we
okay.
can't do anything.
Oh, okay. See, that shows blocked on mine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's better than blocked.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
why it does it on this fucking thing. I know what I'm clicking on, and it blocked the wrong people all 3 times.
yeah.
Chris,
Yeah,
don't
so
ask me that one more goddamn time, or I'm gonna block you permanently. Ask me that 50 fucking times. Don't say that one more time.
gosh.
That's who I was trying to fucking time out. Every goddamn second fucking question is drop a link. This fuckers drive me nuts. Yeah, well, quit doing it then. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So you don't like ice cream at all?
Yeah,
Tom?
I
Not
fucking like
really?
it sometimes, but you
Yeah.
can't get any good ice cream around here. It's all this fucking
Do,
soft serve shit.
do they have like actual custard though out there? Do they
I
have
don't
like a
like custard.
custard stand? You don't like custard?
No,
You
they
gotta
had
have a
that at
knack
those
for it.
damn that Wisconsin place.
Okay. We have a good We have a good
Fucking, what's
custard
that
stand.
goddamn? They have good hamburgers, but their custard sucks. Now some motherfucker's calling me. If it's him, I will drive out there and fucking crush his skull.
Everybody do not tick off Tom tonight, okay?
Well, goddamn, I don't mind like here and fucking there, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I know it can. Yeah.
You know, I don't normally mind. I mean, I think I'm pretty patient about this. But, you know, come on, the fucking TV's playing. He's fucking around with Nintendo. I can't fucking take it anymore. Even fucking Mark intervened and said, "Hey, would you just cool it? 9,000 fucking more things."
Yeah.
God. Fucking social services now. God.
So, Stephanie, you don't have a BJ's out there, do you?
BJ's.
What?
If I knew Tom would
What
like
is BJ? What is BJ's?
it's a wholesale. It's like a Costco.
No, we don't have a BJ's. Why did you even
I'm
have to
sorry.
say that with Tom here?
I think I brought it up before to Tom, and he's like, "What?" I was like,
It sounds like Tom's got a place.
Is that supposed to stand for Billy Joe?
it's
And why
like
would you name a place that?
it's Berkeley and Johnson. I think that's what it stands for.
All right.
Big John. Oh God. No, we have Costco and we have Sam's Club, but I'm not a member because I don't need 50 things of toilet paper.
Let my Costco expired.
You know what?
Just let my Costco expire. I got tired of taking a fucking U-Haul trailer for this.
I know, Tom. I only need 4 rolls of toilet paper.
You know what's good? You know what they make their money off of here, the BJ's up here, because they sell gas, and I don't know how they do this, and I don't know if they just do it. So like, gas here is always like 50 cents cheaper than anywhere else. And that's how you got to see the lines for gas at the BJ's up here. And half of the people, they go about it like this. Well, if you spend about $150 in the store, we'll give you more off of your gas. That's their latest like advertisement. So
yeah, they're selling it for cost. You know
Well,
what
we-
else is gas cheap is that fucking Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Fuck yeah, man. Their diesel and gas is like 60 cents a gallon cheaper than anywhere around.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder how they pull that off.
And they don't
Our
allow
gas
trucks
is
in there.
high.
They don't allow trucks in there.
Yeah, our gas. I'm going to have to, now that I have a car, I'll have to start seeing the gas prices. But our gas prices are always high here.
Do you know how much gas is, Stephanie?
$3.69 here.
Oh yeah, it's probably at least $1 more than that here, Tom.
So crazy.
Oh, I know.
I thought we were getting up there, but now that you guys are saying your prices, I'm like, I think last time I saw, not including BJ's, but like just at the average pump, it was like $3.50.
Oh my God, that's good.
Yeah, but really though, I mean, what are you going to buy? A half of fucking grilled cheese with the savings?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if I was rich and I had tons of money, I wouldn't give a shot.
No, but I mean, even when the cheapest place to the most expensive, you're still not buying anything worth a fuck.
Think about it like this. It depends on how big your gas tank is. And if you can save 60 cents a gallon, let's say.
Yeah, that's like super. It's like the worst example ever.
Well, that's what I'm doing. So if I can save 60 cents a gallon and I'm filling my tank up.
Yeah, well, then your time's worth nothing.
It's worth it.
Not if your time's valuable, it's not.
I'm
How long you waiting in line?
like 5 minutes.
No, that's not bad.
They get people in and out. Like they have at least like 20 or
I mean,
was
I
it
get it when
15
I can
pumps?
too, cheap. But you know,
Wanna
the
say
whole
15?
okay, how big's your tank?
I'm not exactly sure. All I can tell you is when it's on empty and I'm putting gas in it at like let's say around 315, it usually takes about like $40 to $45. So I
Yeah,
don't know what that breaks down to
yeah.
on an empty tank. Does anyone want to do the math? I
No,
have
I
an
mean you're saving.
SUV.
How much you think you're saving? 10, 11 bucks?
No, probably,
I
yeah.
mean, that's
Probably
better than
about that.
spending it, but you're not. Your lifestyle's not improving at all. What do you get? Another half pack of cigarettes in New York? Big fucking deal.
Well, if I have to gas up like twice a week, that's like $20. That's
All
20
right,
bucks is 20 bucks.
a pack and a half of cigarettes.
I'm not rich, so
No,
that
but you don't need to be.
matters.
I don't mind
You
saving. I
do.
do when I can. But when you consider your time and all this shit, you're not getting any lifestyle changes by getting cheaper gas.
I'm not. The thing is to get by, to keep what I have to watch my spending. And a lot of people are like that. So if they can get a deal, like even my father has money. He lives, I think the reason why my dad has so much money and why he has all these nice
He
things is
doesn't have that much.
because he's so frugal and why he can go on vacations all the time. It's because my
It's
father's the
because he
first
was
one
born
to
a
be
different generation. That's why.
right. There's nothing wrong with being frugal. He made a decent living off of it. He can make he makes money off of freaking stuff because that's what he spends his time doing and it pays out for him. So there's nothing wrong with trying to save money.
No, but I'm not. It's no lifestyle change is the point. You could get cheapest gas every fucking where you go to the day you die, and you're still driving the same car, eating the same frozen pizza, living in the same house.
Sounds like me.
It's better than losing your car or losing your house or losing things because you can't afford them anymore because you just don't give a fuck what stuff costs. You know what I
No,
mean?
but it's
So
just not. It's just like,
that's what it
how much do you
is.
think you save in a month? $100?
Yeah, probably about
I mean,
that.
some people really get off saving money. I don't.
Well, that's you. You do you.
Yeah, I do me.
Okay.
But your lifestyle's not changing because of your frugalness.
My lifestyle probably is the way it is because of that I save money.
Yeah, it could be. But I mean, if you're the most frugal person in the world, you're not like jumping up another social class because of it.
Probably not, but I mean, it all depends on what you're comfortable with. Like
Yeah,
I
I can
said,
understand being like Mexican, no birth control pill, 9 kids, and having more taco meat.
my father, like I said, my father is like Mr. Frugal and lives a good life because of
Yeah.
it.
Now the kids get 3 tacos instead of 2. They don't go to
Mhm.
bed hungry. Lester Holt can come out and fucking interview them about starving kids in the world. No, you're right. You probably get another pound and a half of hamburger a month. I mean, I'm putting it in true perspective.
So you're saying all Mexicans have like 9 kids and like can't afford
Well, they
food
don't
for
have
the
birth
kids?
control. Yeah, I think they have more kids than everybody else is having in general. Like to
I
fuck.
honestly, I've never downed people for wanting to have children. If you want to have children, freaking
Yeah, even
have
if you can't
kids.
afford them.
I mean, you should be you should be responsible. Like obviously, you
Yeah,
should want
yeah,
to be able to
yeah.
provide
And
for your
you don't have a
kids.
problem with 9 more bodies milking Medicare dry.
Just
Yes or no? God damn it.
no, like obviously, like I'm not that stupid. Like I'm not gonna sit there and be like,
Well, then
yeah,
you should have a fucking problem with people wanting as many kids as they want because they're not wearing birth control. You're getting around this same union logic now.
But what I'm saying is, you can't control people's behaviors no matter
That's the
what.
fucking problem. Catholics don't believe in birth control pills.
Yeah,
Well, the whole
then
thing is, this is the thing, right? So with the
And they like to fuck.
with that religion, it's not just that. With that religion, you're supposed to be able to depend on your community to help you out.
Oh, here we fucking go. That New
And
York mentality.
that's what it is.
Yeah,
It's
if you
like,
can't afford it, maybe your neighbors will help pay for your kids.
and it happens.
Yeah, I know. That's the fucking problem. Which is
Well,
why
then-
you should have less if you can't afford to pay for them yourself.
Right, but then we could also live in countries that have like where there's
We're
one
not
mansion
fucking
and then
talking about
everybody's
living in other
tents.
countries.
But
If
that's
I
what I'm
had
saying.
a fucking 11-inch dick, I'd have been a porno
There's-
movie star.
There's third world countries, Tom. There's third world
Who
countries
cares?
where there's rich people and then everybody else is poor. So
It's not
let's
third
turn
world
America
country.
into
It's
that.
here.
No, we're not going to have a welfare system. Nobody can pay for anybody else's kids, and we'll just watch it where you have a couple top dogs living in their mansion, and then everybody
It's already
else
like
gets
that.
to like live in tents. No, it's not. Not
It is.
close. Not even. The American dollar is still better than 95% of other countries. Do you want to know why? Because our poor is still living better than everybody else. Like our country is designed in a certain way and it's
me
worked.
too, Frisky. Yeah, and then what happens is the freaking grandparents end up raising the kids.
Oh yeah, a lot of times you're right. I've seen that.
Oh,
So I'm not gonna say
there are more grandparents today doing it than ever before because these kids are having too many kids and they can't take care of all of them.
I mean, obviously like when I had my child at a young age and my mother, she told me, she's like, live with me, like it's okay, like this and that. I'm like, I'm freaking an adult. I'm pregnant. I'm like, I'm not gonna, even though she was like, oh no, I want to, like, I was like, no way, I'm an adult. I got pregnant. I'm gonna go out there and build a
Hey,
life.
Michelle. Rita said, how do you know this? If you save money when you don't know what your household income is. That ought to shut you the fuck up.
I make money. I don't know what my household income is. I make money. I spend money.
Yeah, well, deduct yours from that total, and you know what he makes. You said you don't know what he
I
makes.
don't know how much he makes, Tom. I don't. I know a roundabout. I don't know exactly how much my husband makes, and I'm okay with that. There's nothing wrong with that. He spends his money. I spend my money, and it's all good. I don't have to know how much exactly he makes. Like, I don't.
Well, you know but about what he makes.
Oh
don't
boy, I had to know. Damn well I had to know how much my
Stephanie was
husband
all over
made.
that.
But
She
you
was
know
like,
what
I
about
bet
he
I
makes,
need to know
don't you?
every nickel you bring home to the freaking table, or
I
else
posted
you're
it.
out of here.
Exactly.
You know about how much he makes, don't you?
Like a roundabout, but like I could probably guess about, but like I don't see his
Well, then you know.
I don't
Thank
see
you.
his, but I can't say for a fact. I could say
But
probably
you
like,
never
Well,
have any
I'm not
fucking facts.
saying down to the dollar. I'm just saying, like, okay, my husband, I knew around about how much he made. Of course, you've got to know.
he
Doesn't
makes.
make any sense, Michelle, not knowing. How can you spend money and you don't know what your income is?
I know what my income is, and I
I'm
spend my
saying,
money.
no. Well, I don't know. It's
So
just crazy to me.
everybody has different relationships and stuff. I don't need to know how much he makes, and I'm okay with that. If you're not, that's fine. You don't have to be in my marriage, that's
No, but
Right.
no, it's got nothing to do with being in your fucking marriage.
it does.
It doesn't.
It does.
Hey, Rita.
Hi.
Rita,
Hi,
straighten her
Rita.
the fuck out, will you?
Hi. Do what? Sorry.
Straighten her the hell out, will you?
I can't.
Does it make any sense to you what she says?
I can't.
Is it
It's fine.
logical?
It's
There's so
okay.
many things, you know. I don't have the time.
You don't?
I don't think she's just misinformed.
That's what I think. We don't think you have bad intentions, Michelle.
No, I love Michelle. And though Tom's harsh, you know Tom's a damn passionate, crazy motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
You
has
I
to
just
just
gotta
here's the
understand
handle
difference
Tom,
everything.
between
Michelle.
me. Here's the difference
But you
between me and everybody else.
can't make statements and not think that Tom's gonna jump on them, especially when he knows better. For other people, I just think you're very naive about things. I mean, how do you know if you're saving money when you
If I
don't know what your household income is? You don't know what you do. You never look at a bank statement?
no,
Why? Would you
because I
not
don't.
want to know
I
where
would.
you? Well, would you want to wake up tomorrow and somebody's knocking on your door and saying, Michelle, whatever your last name is,
It's
we have
called
an eviction.
trust. It's
Wait a
called
minute. Wait,
trust.
hear me. We have
Okay.
an eviction notice for you.
Okay.
You got to go right now. And you're
Okay.
looking at your husband like, what the fuck?
Then I get screwed
Because
over. But
wait. You're not letting me
Will you shut up,
finish.
Michelle?
Stop, Tom. Don't tell her to shut up. Uh, what would you do then? Would you not want to know where you stand financially in the world? Are you that trusting that,
I live a decent life. My
oh
basic
God,
needs are met. Like
that's
I
not my point. I just answer the question that I
Just
presented if you
answer the
can.
damn question.
what was the question?
Oh God.
Go ahead, Rita. Take a shot of Thorazine and breathe out.
No.
The
My
question was,
question was,
where you stand financially,
Where I stand
independent
financially.
of trust.
I know where I stand financially
but how do you know if where you stand financially
because
if
I
you
deal
don't
with my money.
know what your income is monthly? How do you know where you stand if you don't know how much money is coming in or going out of your household
Well,
other than what you make?
I know what the bill. This is how we work it out.
Hmm,
I give him money for bills, and whatever to keep the household afloat. And then I
okay.
have my money that I spend however I want. And if there's any
Okay.
issues, then there's issues. But I mean, I don't have to know how much he makes. Like,
I'm
that's
not saying about how much he makes. We're talking about total income into your home and how many bills you have to pay
right,
each month. And
right.
if you have, do you know how much is coming in and how much is going out and to where?
I have no idea.
Or are you just trusting your husband to
I just
take
trust him.
care of all that?
I just trust him.
You don't want to know then. You're
I
just
don't,
going to
it
stick your
doesn't,
head in the sand and just trust that this
my husband,
person.
yep. My husband.
Okay.
And if I get screwed, then I get screwed. But I'm not going to
No,
go into
I'm
a
not saying you're getting
relation.
screwed. I'm just talking to you as a human being.
Oh
Would
yeah. I
you
mean,
would you not would you not know, as I said, if you woke up tomorrow and somebody's knocking on your door and telling you got to collect your possessions and be out of this house in an hour because we're evicting you, would you not want to know that maybe this might be coming because your husband didn't handle the finances correctly? Whereupon, if you had known this prior, you wouldn't be waking up to a eviction because perhaps you could have talked to your husband, you could have had a conversation, and we got a problem here. Would you not? I mean,
I would be so Rita.
explain
Yes,
that to me.
you're right.
Is what I'm
If
saying.
that were to happen, I would be upset. But when
Oh
I
my
go into a
God, you
relationship
think?
with when I go into relationships with somebody, and just like my ex with my son's father, I did the
Okay.
same thing, and it
Okay.
worked. I didn't end up,
Okay. All
it
right.
just works
You're
for
not
me
answering the question. What I want to know is, why would you not want to know where you stand
I
financially?
know why.
No, shut up, Tom.
Don't say shut up.
Look, the thing is I
Why
trust
would
what
you not want to know where you stand financially?
What is the
If
moon
you're going to
circle the
be
earth?
out on, shut up, Tom. Whether you may be out on the street tomorrow or not have uh, uh, the lights cut off, or
because
if you knew that this was a potential thing that might happen, perhaps you could
I
intervene.
know why.
well,
Shut up. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Michelle.
I
Yeah.
trust that if that were the case, that he would come and tell me and we would figure something out about it.
Has
But
that been your pattern?
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Pay
been
attention. She
okay.
said it was the last guy too.
Yeah. And
Listen,
everything
goddamn.
financially worked, and I didn't
So
need to know.
you don't
I
want to handle money, period.
Hello.
I
You're
That's
just
right.
believing, going on what
Yes.
somebody is telling you, that you're okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
it.
she is.
It's
Okay,
worked.
well, Tom, let her
Damn it.
speak.
It's it's all good. Like I'm as long as everything's good, and just like my son's father,
But
I didn't know
what about when it's not good?
it
Or
was
if it's
always
not
it was
good?
always good. So you're bringing
But
negative
what
into
if
something
it's
that wasn't
not?
negative.
What if it's not? My point is, what if the fuck are you going to do if you don't have any idea what's about to happen?
I'll figure it out.
I know what the deal is.
Okay, that's
I
okay.
know what
You
it is.
answered the question. You shh. You answered my question, and I thank you.
Now can I
Yeah.
answer the rest?
You don't no, you can't answer for her.
Yeah, I know what it is. She
You
doesn't
can't
like
answer for her.
no, she doesn't like fucking with that shit. She hates it. It's like some women don't like to clean house. And she's
Okay,
rolling the
well,
dice, trusting
okay.
them, and
Like
if she
I
gets
don't
it broke off in her ass,
I
she'll worry about it later.
wanted to know her answer, and that
So
was her
trust
answer. Okay, she
you
don't
don't
want to
believe
do it. She
you don't
don't want
believe
to. She
Rita,
don't want to know.
Rita,
She's just
let me be more honest with you too. You're right. So like what I told you is right. But every time I have to pay bills, I become a nervous wreck. And not that it's a hard thing to do, but then I start worrying, and then I start getting like this process where my husband,
okay. That's
it's like
what I
second
asked you.
nature.
So you have
It's
an
not even a thing to
issue
him.
with handling money and
Yeah.
being able to. That's all I wanted to know.
And I
If that's an
and like
issue,
and
that's
like
okay, honey.
and with
I
me
just wanted. Finally, we come around the barn.
and
We
and with
finally got here.
and with
Why didn't you
me
just say that at first?
because like I no because the question was that I didn't care how much the household income was, because I really
No,
don't, because I
nobody said
trust him.
care. I wanted to know why you were not interested. I perhaps said care.
She gets
That was
anxiety.
okay.
Like,
Well, then she has an issue with that.
yeah, like I don't like to see bills. I don't like to see, like, I'll give the money.
Well,
Like
hell,
you
who
tell me, you
does?
tell me I need the X amount of dollars to pay for this and that, I'll give it to you. Like no problem. Like it'll be
Okay,
done. But
okay,
it's
I get it. I get it. So you can't. I get it. I got it. You have an anxiety about that. That's something that you can't.
if
You
I
have an
wanted,
issue with. You
Yeah,
have an
but
issue with. Therefore,
she
you
shouldn't be
hand
having an
over.
anxiety
Shut up,
issue.
Tom. Therefore, hand it over to someone that you trust
oh yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
will do
bingo.
the right thing.
Bingo.
Right, right. Yeah.
Okay. Can I let her say it, please, Tom?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
She should have said. I can tell you what she should have said. Would you like to hear about that?
No, no, I have no idea.
It's
I
over.
already
It's
know.
done with. They know. It's done with. Next topic, Tom. Jeez.
This is what, Michelle, I'll help you through this next time.
Jesus.
Oh, here's
So,
Simple
Rita,
Life giving her 2 cents worth.
I'm just not
You
built
don't have
that way.
anxiety over it. I
I'm
got
just not built that way.
theory on it.
And that's okay.
if I were in charge of the finances, like I would probably be so like freaking frugal and if I saw everything, like I would go like crazy. Like I would probably just go like nuts. Like it's just
I
better.
go nuts every month.
I just hand
I
somebody the
mean, it's
money.
just it's something, yeah, you have to do.
That's
I go nuts every month.
oh, that's
I
not
mean,
true either.
yeah,
That's
I
what
get
I'm point.
anxiety
That's my
doing the
point.
bills. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do get anxiety over it because you're worried you're not going to have enough money.
Well, I mean, like Michelle, honey, my point is, if your husband were to die, God forbid, let's just say, but
Depends what day.
just playing devil's advocate here as an older woman,
Ancient.
yeah,
knock it off.
I'm older than
child.
dust.
So
But
rude.
if your husband were to die, what would become of you then?
I would
Do you
probably
think?
Yeah.
Wait, hadn't
We're gonna
finished.
turn into swingers.
Would you you think you could do it if posed to you and you had to, or would you need some help? And there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I would
That's just
definitely.
my
You
question.
know what? Actually, I have a couple people in my family who are just amazing with money, and I would
Okay.
probably
Yeah, like
just
So
who?
you would have someone to rely on there
Like who?
again.
my father is really good with money. I have an uncle, I
But
have a
you're probably
cousin.
going to outlive your father. I mean,
Oh yeah, definitely.
if
Well, I hope,
the
yeah. But like I said, like I have a couple people in my family that I trust and like that are really good with money that I would be like, yeah, freaking here, like take care of this. I'll throw you some extra
Yeah.
money, for your
Send it
time.
down here. I'll manage it.
and you just trust somebody, honey. Well, God forbid, God forbid. But if something happens to your husband, call me.
Rita's like, I'll help you. I'll throw you some money too, Rita, for it. Thank you. I
No,
appreciate
no,
that.
no. I just call me. Lord God, honey, you just don't know what you're
Well,
what.
you
Mm,
want to know what too is I'm very generous and stuff. Where my husband had to tell me in the past, like, because I used to just give money to charities all the time. He was like, honey, he was like, I know you like doing and that's your thing and whatever, but there were times and during our relationship
yeah,
where
you
we needed
okay?
that money, where it wasn't
Oh, I
like,
understand.
so I
Yeah,
had to
I've
pull back
spent
from
money
it.
foolishly. I'm not saying,
I
hey,
can be a
You
little
want to
foolish
have
with
fucking
money.
fun.
I
You know,
can.
there's more to life than like dying with 500 grand in the bank.
absolutely,
Oh, you can have fun. Oh yeah, have
absolutely.
fun. Have money. I think
That's the whole
every.
point of money. You're not going to take it with you.
Oh, that's for
Believe you
sure.
me. And if you
Just
do, it's not going to do you much good.
But I want somebody who's fruit who could like find deals like even on your cable stuff like that. There's a
oh
lot of things
god,
that you could
yeah.
save.
Oh
Oh,
fuck.
yeah, sure
You
there is.
save
I
You'd
you
be
use
a
them all the
fucking nightmare to live
time
with.
you save
if I
you wheel and
can.
yeah, you wheel and deal with them so that you can go on a
Yeah, you'd be a
vacation.
fucking nightmare to live with.
Hey,
Well,
everybody spends their money
Dominic brings
different.
up a good point. I hope that you have insurance on your husband.
We do. Yeah, we have insurance on each other, so
That's great.
that's
And
It's not worth
always
anything if he lives till old, though.
make sure that you're on the title or anything you want. I mean, whatever. But you do you, honey.
yeah, right.
You're
If he were
just
to if he were to pass away,
you're
I
so
would
innocent.
directly I would directly give my money to like somebody that I trust because
Send it down here.
I would go
Somebody,
crazy. I'd
not
probably lose
somebody,
it.
an attorney, my love,
Yeah,
uh,
Send it
probably.
down here.
in a trust or something, not somebody. I'm going to tell you what, money makes people crazy. And people that you think, oh, honey, no, um, No, I've seen it happen in
There's
too many
nothing
families.
there's nothing wrong with money. It's the love of money that's what's gonna get you in life. There's nothing wrong with wanting to
Well,
make
okay, my point.
money,
People
have
that have
things.
not, they might pretend they have good intentions, but on down the road, their intentions, because they think your money is their money. And I'm just saying, Michelle, honey,
No, I've seen it
just
happen too,
just take
Rita.
care of yourself.
I
Is
met
all I'm saying.
when I worked at Dunkin'
Don't be so trusting always, because
a lot of
eh,
people have told me that too down the line. They're like,
Send
"Wow,
it to
you don't."
me.
Like,
well,
send
that's
it
why
to
I said, honey, call me. Call
Whatever.
me.
Call me.
Well, I knew
I'll
some
blow
a
it all on
trust
one
fund
spin of the
baby.
fucking roulette wheel.
That's why I said call me.
Rita's like, no, just call me.
I'll put it all on one spin of a roulette wheel.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tom, you're kind of like me. I don't know if I would trust you so much with my
Yeah, and then I'm
money.
going to say to you, hey, do you know where I can get some cheap gas? I lost.
You might
Yeah.
be all of a sudden,
Yeah, I remember that
hey
happening.
Tom. All of a sudden, I'll be like, hey Tom, where'd my money go? Oh, I got really like
Yeah.
depressed and shit,
Yeah.
freaking
Yeah. Fuck
You're
went
just,
you.
crazy with it.
I
Spend
just
it all
can't
on
be that
blowjob.
trusting with anybody. I handle the finances in our home,
Yeah.
always have.
You handle everything. What are you talking about? That poor fucking guy is probably changed in the closet right now.
Yeah, that's where he's at. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I have to put him in the back before I ever come
Here's
home.
that 12 gauge get cocked during tax season.
Yeah.
You know what though too is I think a lot of even the
I just want
anxiety.
to know what's going on in my life. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to be put out of nowhere. No.
You will, Rita.
You ever move up here, you will be. You talk that way to me.
Rita seems
Yeah,
like Rita seems
well,
like she's
we'd
just
see. We'll see.
Rita seems like she's very organized and like
Oh, no, I'm
she
not at
you're
all.
not
No.
really. I don't know. You come
I am
off like
about
you're.
money when it comes to my money. I've been poor.
Wait a minute, Eric.
I've had and lost everything. I've had everything, lost everything, and started over again several times. Shit.
Yeah, I could see it
Rita's
happening.
just looking out for you. That's all.
Oh, I know. Thank you, Rita. I appreciate it. No, I could just see it now. Eric dies, and like I get this money, and I'm just like, I got sad, and I gave it to like everybody else, and then I don't have anything, and I'm sad and depressed, like living in a hut. Like,
My enemy,
I
how'd you
did have
know
a
I
lot of
smoked
money.
Pall Malls? I must have showed a pack.
These fuckers pay attention, man. If you ever
I
like,
know they do. Pall
you
Malls.
like show your house or some shit, they'll be asking you if you're done with a book they saw on your shelf 10 years ago.
Well, they did
Yeah.
mention my room one
Right.
time, a couple times. I was like, oh, geez, I don't know if I want to show everything. They're like, oh, yeah, we liked.
He says lucky because there's other things he remembers too, but he doesn't want to show
Yeah, yeah.
Paul Malls. Well, that's one thing you and Michelle got in common.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I've never been pregnant, and I would never think about smoking while I was pregnant.
Yeah, he would. It's an addiction.
No, I wouldn't. No. Mm-mm. Many women stop smoking during pregnancy and then
Lots
start
don't.
back.
Lots don't.
Well, lots don't. My mother did. My mother smoked. That was just the generation we were from.
Yep, mine did too, Rita. My
they used to
mother
smoke in
smoked
the
too.
hospital.
Yeah,
I
Michelle,
mean,
but you
This,
got to admit this, though. In this day and age, with
oh,
what they know about smoking,
I'll
your
admit,
yeah,
theory
they
on
didn't
that,
know the shit we know now.
your
I
theory on smoking while you were pregnant was a little bit out there.
hey, they said, well, when you're pregnant,
No doctor told you that.
if you start if what happened was I started bleeding during my pregnancy, I got
Yes.
Which
scared.
pregnancy?
And they tell you that before surgeries and
My
stuff,
one
not to smoke,
pregnancy.
to stop smoking several days at least
And
Yes.
before
what she told
Yeah.
me
because of bleeding.
was to alleviate stress in my life. She said, I am by no means telling you that smoking is good for your child, your baby, or anything else, but she said having a miscarriage is death. So she was like, if you have to have a cigarette or two
Oh,
to
she's a
calm
Right.
total
yourself
fucking
down.
quack.
Okay, if you can't quit, have a cigarette or two, but you I don't know how much you smoke
She's a
either.
total
You
fucking
might
quack.
be a very light smoker, you know.
She's a total fucking quack.
Oh, whatever. I delivered a healthy baby boy. That's all that
Well,
matters.
that's good.
Very healthy.
Mm, okay. Well, I'm just saying, I'm not bashing you. We're just talking
Yeah, we're
here.
just
Well,
talking.
they even say like having
Who even says?
doctors and
Tom?
stuff. They'll tell you. They'll be like, having a glass of wine isn't gonna kill anything.
No,
Now,
not
if
a
you have like
glass.
2
Hey,
or 3 or
hey,
every day,
we're talking about smoking and being pregnant.
nothing in moderation is going to harm anything.
Yeah, it is. You're not supposed to smoke and have babies. There's a fucking 269 known carcinogens in
Cool.
smoke.
Well, it's so weird how so
Hello?
many
But
people.
one cigarette's not going to make or break.
No, you
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying I wouldn't encourage it.
Well, they
I
did
say
two.
I
If it's
wouldn't
not going to make
smoke.
or break,
Maybe I
why'd
would
you
have.
say you wouldn't smoke if you were pregnant?
That's
I'm
for
sorry, say
that's
again.
If it's not going to make or break, then why would you say that you wouldn't smoke if you
Well,
were
I
pregnant?
just said I just retracted that. I said I said that, but I might have. I'm not. I probably would one or two, but I would not smoke like I do. But at the time when I was fertile and could have children, I didn't smoke as much either.
oh, okay. Well,
I'm not. I'm not having a baby.
I mean, like you got to do what's,
I mean, at least. I mean, if
No,
she's gonna go at a batshit
don't act
crazy,
like it's okay to smoke when you're pregnant, because it isn't.
no, that's not what I'm
No,
saying.
Michelle, I'm
Everybody's
talking to.
okay.
You're not
it was.
supposed to smoke when you're pregnant.
No,
If
you're
you
not
poll
supposed to.
10,000 doctors, there may be 2 that said what that quack you talked to said.
Well, you're not supposed to do a lot of things in
No,
life,
but
but
we're
majority of
talking
people
about
do it
smoking in a
anyways.
newborn, fragile fetus.
Okay, well, my fragile fetus was the healthiest boy up until he started school. He didn't even get a cold.
Hey, you
So
got lucky.
there's your
You got
clinical
lucky. You
whatever.
got lucky.
Then I got lucky, but don't sit there and say that because I had a
But
cigarette,
what
my
about
son should
all
have
the
had
people
Down
before that
syndrome.
smoked in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s and even still now that do have healthy children? I'm just saying, I'm older now. Michelle's not
Yeah.
my age. I'm older now. And as I said, uh, when I was younger and thinking about perhaps having children, I think I could have at least, I'm not saying possibly, I don't know because it didn't happen. Therefore, I can't speak on that for sure. I can just say, knowing, but see, we still didn't know the impacts back then. It's like they say, if I knew then what I know now, because I've lived and I've seen it. That's all I'm saying.
One man survey.
Yeah, absolutely. I can only speak on what I know, what I've lived, what I've seen, what I've experienced. You know,
But what I will tell you, I'll tell
you
you this
live and you
much.
learn, hopefully.
But what I will tell you this much. After I did have my son and he was a baby, I didn't sound like I smoked around him. So, I mean,
Well, that's good. That's
you know,
good.
It's good, and it's also illogical based on the premise you explained while pregnant.
mm,
Well, but
he's
she
fine.
did, and she made it a point. Not secondhand smoke can be even worse than firsthand smoke.
One man survey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, a
We're
lot of
talking about a
people,
fetus compared to secondhand smoke of who? A
Tom,
baby, an
you
adult?
talk about scraping out fetuses and killing babies. So I
Yeah,
love to hear your compassion
I'm all for
about
it because
how
I don't
somebody has
think
a
that it's
cigarette
a
while they're
fucking
pregnant.
viable human being.
They're so
Yeah,
they're so
I'd
horrible if
dig
they
it
have a
out myself.
cigarette,
You damn right I would.
but you can scrape out a child and kill an
Yeah, I
up
don't
to a
think
year
it's
old.
murder.
I'm just saying.
I mean, if you you
I love
probably
hearing your compassion
probably
for
think it's
babies.
like potential life.
I know. I love hearing about your potential
Well,
life.
you
and
talk
how you
about
love-
scraping out a child and aborting. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me ask you,
Fly that flag
but
proudly.
okay. But on the other hand,
But I'm not
you said,
smoking. Now I'm getting into Michelle's logic.
but on the other hand, Michelle, I've heard you say before when we were talking about you thought you were pregnant at one time,
Oh yeah.
and you wanted to have another child, and I brought up
Holy shit.
adoption, and you said no. You wanted your own child, but you don't. You want women who can't afford children, who don't want the child, not to have abortions. You want them to have them.
So
And then,
here's
but my
Shut you the
question
fuck
is,
up.
what about after they're born, but you are not willing to adopt a child?
Way to
So what
set
are
the
we
trap, Rita.
supposed to, shut up, Tom. What are we supposed to do with these children that they're supported up until birth, and then after that, they're not our problem?
so
How many, but you won't consider, you want them to be born, but you won't consider adoption. So where are they going?
This
That
is the
fifth
deal.
beer's kicking
This
in.
is the deal. Hey, let me talk. She asked me. She asked me a question.
That fifth beer's kicking in.
This is the deal. So I looked
Whose
into.
beer? My beer? Your beer? I'm
Yours.
not drinking beer.
Here's
Your
here.
beer's
Neither am
kicking
I.
in.
Neither am I.
Kiss
Tom's
my
only
ass,
getting
Tom.
slosh.
It'd take too long.
But
You
I
damn right. So you better get started.
I looked into foster caring, which you can
Poor child.
adopt, like foster
I
and
know
then
what
adopt a
foster
child.
care is. I have a good friend that adopted 2 of her children from being a
That
foster
can really
parent.
backfire.
So I looked right. So
Here we
my
go.
point. I went through some of the processes and
So
everything.
then we should just kill them then.
No way.
Hey,
No
you
way.
got my
Don't
vote.
kill him.
It's not a
No,
viable human
according
being.
to Tom.
Yeah, Tom's like, I'll kill myself.
What do you
Just
think
kill them
happens to
then.
those 25,000 sperm I wash down the drain every morning?
Oh, jeez. You're doing everyone a favor washing them down, okay, Tom?
That's potential life.
Well, yeah, that's right. You're not supposed to spill your seed, are you? You're not supposed to masturbate.
Well, I've flunked royally.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead,
that's.
Michelle.
Oh, well,
Just
no, I
explain your
looked.
way out of another just psycho insane philosophy.
So I looked into foster. I
But
legitimately
it's hers to
like
have, Tom.
right. But I did. I legitimately looked into foster caring for possible adoption for a child.
Oh my God.
And my mother's friend did the program and took care of a couple kids. And the sad truth about foster caring
You get a
is
serial killer.
you get you get attached to some of these kids, and most of the time you can't adopt them. Sometimes you might be able to, but like their parents are always going to come to your house. You have to have people come to your house, do inspections. They're all in your stuff,
Of
all
course they do.
right. And it was just like, well, I could just have my own baby where I raise them myself. I don't have to worry about a third party coming in all the time or causing chaos. So my
Not
one of my
chaos.
mothers, this is what happened.
They're making sure the home is
No,
suitable
not them.
for
No,
a
not them.
child.
Not them. The original parents. So this is what happened to my mother's friend who did it for years. Some of these parents that you're fostering
They
their
come back and
children.
forth and want their kids, and they take them, and they still mistreat them, and they still don't provide a home. And the
Yeah,
court's thing is they want them reunited, whether
You gotta
they're
make the
fit or
family
not,
whole. Make
which
the
is
family whole.
totally fucking crazy.
Yeah.
More
Nuts.
kids have been killed because of that bullshit
Yeah.
than giving them back because the state don't want to fucking care for them.
exactly. That's the thing. It's like you start to
You didn't
get
answer my
attached.
question, but you wouldn't adopt. We're not talking about foster care. I'm talking about
So here's the
clear
deal.
You were thinking of
adoptions.
adoption, Michelle.
here's the thing with adoption in the United States.
Adopt a serial killer.
Oh,
It's easier for you to adopt a child in a foreign country than it is for you to adopt a child in
that's
the
not
United
what I
States.
said. We're not in a foreign country.
But I
Michelle?
didn't want to wait. I don't want to wait there's a waiting list of like 5 years. It's at least 5 years for adoption because there really
No, it's
isn't.
not.
Yes, it
No,
is. Yes, it is.
no.
I'm going to Google it.
It could
Google
be
it.
in New York. I don't
No, you're
know.
right. It's easier to adopt. Like if you want to adopt a white baby in the United States, it's a lot of shit to go through.
But
It's
if
like,
you want to adopt a mixed race child or a black child
You can have one
or
tomorrow.
one
Have one
of
tomorrow by noon.
other ethnicity, I guarantee you get one a hell of a lot quicker in 5
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
it's definitely not as easy. And then what I was thinking too about it,
But there again, are you strictly white bread? Or would you be acceptable to a mixed race child,
No
or
way.
a black
Yeah.
child, or an Asian child,
No.
or a Chinese
No.
child?
No.
I mean,
She
taking
would
in
not.
another person's kid, I thought about it, I really did, because I wanted to go that route. I did. I looked into it, I took some
But you're
classes.
40. Just start banging. Have one.
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm still young enough to still
Yeah, but
possibly
you got
have.
old sperm in the house.
It's
Seriously,
probably
they've done
okay.
studies on that now. 50-year-old sperm, it's like
Men's, but
not
I
good.
don't think really, because I thought men's
They
sperm
can no,
just
no.
lasts.
Last 25 years, that old sperm, they can produce offspring, but they're
Yeah, right.
missing hands and they're retarded and have half a face missing and shit like that. You want
I
one of
always,
those? Can't
I
even blow
always,
out the birthday candles.
I always thought that it was the woman, like it
No, it's that
is
old
on the
sperm.
It's
sperm
both.
too. Is it really?
It's
Okay.
both.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, capping at the end, the telomeres. That's it.
It's both.
Cell duplication.
That's why
Yeah, I
you
don't know
see a
about
lot
that.
of older couples, or you may have
With
in the
retards.
past, because we know better now.
Yeah.
Hopefully, people do. You change your life, babies, and all these older people that have this 13-year gap, or large gap between their so-called last child, and then oops, here we go again.
Couple fucking retards.
And a lot of them are either physically challenged or intellectually challenged. I know this because I worked with developmentally disabled adults, and I've seen it time and time again.
The good news
My,
is it's
my
easy to
mother
back
did.
up the short school bus in
But
your driveway without hitting anything.
I've also seen alcohol uh, syndrome. I've seen abuse from an early age, or just brain damage at birth. I don't know. That's why I'm just, if I had ever became pregnant,
Oh God, thank God you didn't.
I would have absolutely had an amniocentesis.
Oh yeah, I would
See
have paid.
what people think, that having a healthy child is it's just going to happen, even though nothing shows any missing limbs, or there are so many things that happen through the process of pregnancy and through
you're right.
being born,
Yeah, the
that
missing limbs though.
your chances, people that have healthy children don't know, they take it for granted. They have no idea.
I was so
I'm talking about
blessed.
from
No,
birth.
she's right.
And then when they get older, you find out they've got autism, or
Yeah.
they have other slow development, or they come down with some disease that was linked to shit that was, oh, please.
Rita,
No, I
Rita,
just have a problem with
Rita,
that.
No, just think of the money you could make if you had a kid with no limbs just on the corner of the Walmart with the sign.
Frida, I was the
Tony?
same way with my son. Like when he was a baby, I wouldn't let people touch him. I was so afraid.
Get
Like,
Well,
herpes.
you shouldn't let people be touching
They
and
get
kissing
herpes.
on a newborn
They get
baby.
herpes.
well, I didn't
They
want.
get all kinds of things. And I see
I
these people taking these 3-day, 4-day, 10-day,
yeah
2-week-old babies out
yeah.
in public.
Catholic
I
communion.
I didn't take him out till he was at least
When
3
our
months old.
grandmothers and stuff told you don't take that baby out for the first month, shit.
Oh, I
Them old
didn't.
folks knew what they was talking about. And
I
don't
was
let people around your baby.
until he got to be about school age. I was a freaking like I was so paranoid about his health because he was so tiny. Like I was just like
So tiny, I thought he was a big baby.
he was a big baby, but he's still tiny.
Well,
Even
of
if
course they are.
like he's still
Anything
like
newborn is.
Wasn't he 8 pounds or something?
9 pounds 5 ounces,
Yes,
22
but they're
inches
still, I
long.
mean,
Yeah.
that's still, that don't mean he's grown. He's still got an
No,
immune
yeah,
system. It's got to
exactly. I
develop.
was so paranoid. I was that mother that like didn't take her kid out of the house till like everybody was like, "Come on, you can't
Well,
take him to the
good. You
restaurant."
shouldn't. That makes me sick when I see that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Especially in 2024. No, no.
I I was
You leave that
horrific
damn
to
baby
deal
at
with.
home, or
But a
somebody,
lot
or
of
don't go nowhere, or
a
somebody
lot
else
of
better
people
do something. Mm-mm.
a lot of people told me that that's just how you're like with your first one, and then apparently if you have more than one or whatever, you're not as
Well,
like
okay, do what you want.
freaking out, I
You
guess.
Yeah.
see, there you go. People tell you, and you just go with it.
I mean, I don't know because I didn't have another one, but like
It's not over
Well, I
yet.
don't know. I didn't have any, but I
Yeah, but
know
you damn near
better than that.
you
I
just
ain't never had one, but I know better than that.
dodged a bullet here a month ago or so. You almost did.
I know I want to be yeah, I know. But it is what it is. You know what? I'm not going to
And
even
having a baby at 40 or after is a very high risk thing. And any doctor's going to tell you that. I don't give a damn. It's still high risk.
well when I had him at a young age, like I said, I had issues. And I was
Hell,
very
who
I would
didn't?
cry. Like it's a
Who
very
didn't?
emotional
Did
thing
you have
being pregnant.
postpartum depression?
No, I was just like it takes a while for your body to like
Thank
get
you,
back to
Yeah,
Faith.
normal.
but you were 19.
Thank you,
That should
Faith.
have snapped right back.
I didn't well, it took like I would have here we're gonna get graphic here. You guys are
People
gonna love
just
this.
want a clone of themselves.
Do you wanna
They
do you
want to
wanna
live
hear
vicariously
Yeah.
through their children.
Rita, be quiet for a couple minutes, will
do
you?
you wanna
Oh,
hear
no,
all
I
the
can't.
physical things that I had to go through
Yeah, give us the
after?
details.
It's gross. You guys probably aren't gonna think of women the same after this. It's
I don't
freaking
think. Yeah, I don't. Already, having babies like hurts a woman's body.
yeah, it does. It's brutal. Like,
It is.
and
It is.
I never saw
And
so
it's
much
not
weird
just
stuff
women,
come out of my
it's
vagina in
animals
my
of
life.
any what they go
Yeah, but
through.
there are genetic freaks that you can't tell.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Like, and your
Well, there's women
hormones,
that if
Rita.
you think it's the same for all, there's women that have kids and that 2 months later they're in a bikini.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't it for like. Okay, so
You gained weight, I know that.
I did, but I gotta tell you, it came off pretty quickly because I wasn't eating as much because I wasn't as hungry.
Were you nursing? Did you
Oh
nurse?
yes. Oh yes, definitely.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah.
The whole time.
I nursed for, I would say, 3 months
First
consistently,
months are the most important because
but
they get that chemical, Faye, help me out. What's it called? That's
Colostrum.
very
antibodies.
important, even in the animal kingdom.
Oh yeah, I mean, like
They need
it.
to get that.
They got and I contribute a lot of his good health being a baby
I'm
and
not saying
everything.
36 is too old. I'm just saying as
Yeah,
Everybody's
oxytocin. That's a feel
40
good.
or after.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a
everybody.
feel good chemical.
Yeah, like being pregnant definitely took it, and even afterwards, like, and I was an
I mean, your
emotional
bones
wreck.
even shift
Yeah.
You
in
didn't want.
birth. I mean, and pregnancy.
No,
Your
you're right.
hips get wider. Your pelvis spreads. My God
I
damn.
was I was freaking out, like, if somebody, like, bumped into my stomach. Like I was a freaking nervous like you go into this like animal like mode to protect that baby. Like you just go into like
I
this
bet you did.
it just like went I just went crazy. Like you couldn't deal with me when I was pregnant or even afterwards. Like I would literally start I think I feel something in my stomach and I'm like, there might be something wrong and go to the doctor and they're
Well,
like,
it's got to move. If you don't feel something in your stomach's when you better worry.
but like sometimes I would get like maybe a pain or a cramp or something and I'd freaking freak
Well,
out
you got
and
a whole person in there developing. What do you, I mean,
well, I mean towards the
that's
end
why in the
you
South
got
they say good stock is a wide hipped woman. If you want to,
It's the Q angle. The Q angle.
is that to have them good for birthing women.
Yeah. Well,
oh
good for
yeah, I
you.
was a total freaking nut job with him. Like
How'd you get rid of that weight?
so I breastfed, so I think a lot of that had to contribute to it. I wasn't as hungry. I literally wasn't as like
Breastfeeding helps with that too.
yeah, breastfeeding, you burn calories breastfeeding and I just wasn't eating as much. When I was pregnant for some reason, I was so like literally
Were you eating pickles?
I was just eating everything, Tom. It wasn't even like cravings. Like I was literally screaming at my son's father at like 11, like, you better give me fucking
I need
Taco
some
Bell. You
food.
better go out there and I need something now. And he's like, okay, okay. I think I might have, they didn't tell me that I had diabetes when I was pregnant, but I think something was
You
wrong
could have
because,
had gestational diabetes.
Yes,
but they
that's
didn't,
very common.
the doctors didn't say I had it, but I think I did because I literally would go from,
They
oh,
would
I'm
have
fine to
known.
like,
They would have known. It has nothing to do with the amount that you want to eat. Gives you his
no,
diabetes.
no, like all of a sudden, like I would feel like I was gonna like
Oh,
pass
Bocock, you're
out, like I'd
fine.
start
You're not
shaking.
geriatric. I'm talking about people in their 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
It was bad. Like my hormones were all over the I was just a freaking like just stay away. Like it was just best if like you just didn't really
Still like
interact
that,
with
only
me.
skinnier.
But I lost it all within 6 months, 80
And
pounds.
how old were you at the time?
Oh, young, 20.
19.
I was 20 when
Oh,
I gave
well.
birth. I was 20. Yep.
You're lucky
Okay,
you're not a
well,
big, beautiful woman.
that's pretty much normal.
You're lucky
How
you didn't
much
turn out
weight
to be a
did you
big, beautiful
gain,
woman.
Michelle, during your pregnancy?
150 pounds.
80 or 85 pounds. It was the
No,
most I
you
ever
gained
gained.
more than that.
No, it was like 80, 85 pounds.
No, it was more than that.
How would you know?
You told me one time.
It was
Oh,
like 80, 85. Because like I was
You
about
add what you weigh now, and the most you ever weighed is more than 80 pounds.
I was 140 pounds when I got pregnant. And when
Right.
I delivered my child, I was 200 and like it was either 210 or 220 pounds. I was big.
well, okay. You lost it.
Yeah, it was
Cool. You were young. Your body snaps back
Yeah.
when you're young.
yeah. And I was so paranoid too. I'm like, I'm never gonna lose this. I'm so fat now and like this and that. But literally, like, I don't know, it
Well,
just I didn't
that's
really
great.
try that
You want to
hard.
get back in that dating game.
I,
I'll
You'd have
be
stayed at
back.
you'd have stayed at 220. You'd have never had a boyfriend.
I wasn't that hungry afterwards though. Like I was legit when I was pregnant. Like
Metabolism of a 18-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
what it
it all
was.
helps too.
But it wasn't even like me eating because I was bored or anything. Like it was me, like literally, like
No, it's
I need
chemical.
food now.
Well, as you said, you were breastfeeding, and you're tall, and you're naturally, it appears, slim. I mean,
I think I'm average.
and so I think your height probably fits your weight, and but you lost. You were 18, as I said. Your body snaps back a whole lot more. You were using calories, and
Well, you know what?
that should be normal.
I
Any
know.
18-year-old
Well,
shouldn't
well, I know more about.
balloon and not lose it.
I know more about nutrition too now that I didn't know when I was 19. Like maybe there was different foods I could have ate so that I didn't overeat so much instead of just eating whatever whenever
Oh,
I didn't
sure you
care.
did. You just said you told your husband, you better get up there and get me some to eat.
I did. I would
Which
feel
way
like
was it now? Come on.
no, I ate like I did not eat healthy at all. Like and I didn't
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't
when I was
imagine you would. Most
when I was
pregnant women, they do, but they don't. I mean, those cravings sometimes they say, I wouldn't know.
they're
You know,
crazy. It's not even like you go nuts. Like I wasn't even the same person that I normally like.
oh,
You know
yeah,
what?
that's what
If I
hormones
get
do.
if I get pregnant again, like I'm gonna tell my husband or like don't come near me. Like for like a good, unless if you want to be very
You don't think you're
patient.
going to get pregnant again, do you?
I don't know. I mean, like I said,
Mm,
I wouldn't be objected to. I'm either way. If it happens, it happens.
it happens, and she's
If it
going to
doesn't,
deal with it. And
like
it's just
yeah,
going to be rainbows and, yeah,
yeah,
the whole experience of
I'll accept
being
it. And
pregnant. And a lot of women just love being pregnant. Some women hate being pregnant.
yeah, I
Some
wasn't.
women really, I mean, they don't have hard times during, I mean, everybody has, but I mean, it
I
just depends. From what I understand.
It I hated being pregnant because of like I like I said, I was a mess. Like everybody just knew to
Pay a
stay
picture.
away from they would send me gifts in the mail and stuff or like money and like everyone just kind of, let me go crazy, about everything and like I would track like every month and like how
Well,
big
you
you
were obsessive.
Yeah, I became extremely but, like I said, a lot of people told me, they're like, "I was the same way with my first one," and then
I can't speak on it because I don't know.
yeah, like, I don't
I
know
just
how
know
I would have
through
been, but
medical care, hospitals, working with I just know and been around pregnant, but my life experience as opposed to your life experience.
that's true, and, like, everybody's different, like you and Tom said, like, some women loved being pregnant, some
Oh,
women
they
hated
do.
it,
I've known women that
some
would
people
just, oh, I love it when I'm pregnant. I love it. They just, and other
I
women's like, oh my God, here we go.
because it just sucks because your body is not the same, like, there's so much going on, like, not
Well,
That's why
did
it's
you
also
hormonally.
why you get breast
expect
cancer.
it would be the same?
That's also why you get breast cancer.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? Where's the babies?
It's
But
linked
it's a
to
beautiful
breast cancer too, the ability to produce offspring.
it's 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 definitely an experience. You know, being pregnant and actually seeing a fist come through your stomach and the
A
whole
fist.
experience. Oh yeah, feet, you get feet, fist, you can actually see a hand towards the end. Oh yeah, my son was freaking I was like, "Oh boy, I think he's done now. I think it's time. I think we're getting
He's
pretty close."
baked. He's baked. He's
He's
ready.
good. I'm seeing a full foot. I'm seeing a full hand, like 5
Well,
fingers
that's
coming through my
wonderful. It is a miracle.
it really is. It's something that you
It
can
is a
never
miracle. It's something that
it's so
men
weird.
would never understand, or somebody that's never had a baby except for watching it or being involved with it some way. It's
A nightmare.
definitely that you can produce a entire human being.
Yeah.
You are the women. That's what I'm saying. Women are just phenomenal. Women
Y
are just
No,
phenomenal. Can you imagine a man having a baby?
no, that's
You know
all.
how they are when they get a fucking cold.
well, Rita, my doctor told me that men would die because of the pain. Men don't have the pain tolerance to go through
You're
labor.
right. They really
The
don't. They think they do,
and it's not
but
downing
if
men. It's
nah,
this
they
isn't like
don't.
downing men or anything,
Uh,
but literally
I
Giving
got
lifting
it.
birth
I got
is
it. I
close
have.
to dying.
I have it.
It really is. I mean,
have it.
Google it.
Don't speak for my pain. I got it. I got a good one. I can take it.
You be crying like a little bitch.
Where's my epidural?
I could do
Where's
it.
my
No problem.
freaking?
I'm glad I never had any.
Well, that's good. I mean, to each their own. Like I have
I'm
family
glad I
members
didn't
who
have
had
any.
kids.
I think I had a low sperm count.
Did you ever get it checked, or did you just kind of
No, I
think
was
that
giving
you
it.
had it?
I was careful as I could.
Yeah, right. Tom has a
I
baby
was,
out
man.
there.
I bet
Tom
I
has a
didn't. I bet I didn't have orgasms in women.
Fun finding not
Honestly,
women.
tell you the
Well,
truth, I
okay,
don't think. Honestly,
gotcha.
thinking about this right now, I don't think
I agree.
I don't think I ever did one time.
You did one time what?
I don't think I ever had an orgasm in a woman my whole life.
yeah, right. Well,
What? Please wait. Stop. Hold the show. Speak again.
I don't think I ever had an orgasm inside a woman.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That might be why.
I couldn't.
Well, it
Well,
helps, but I wouldn't call that.
that
safe
might
sex.
be a reason you didn't have kids.
Well,
Well, I think it
Thanks.
helped, but it's no guarantee.
Well, absolutely not. You know, these kids, these teenagers, uh, they fool
Yes,
around
swear to
and
God, I
stuff.
never
They
did.
fool around and stuff.
Yeah.
And uh, they let me just
Really?
let me just get it close, and they'll ejaculate, and some way, without going totally having
Oh,
intercourse.
my life, no.
That little fluid before
Yeah, sperm can
there's
be in there.
something before a full ejaculation
Yeah.
that is still can get you pregnant.
Yeah, it can, but it's low odds.
Well, it's low, but it can happen.
It can happen. That's true. You're right.
And a lot of these teenagers, I think that's what's happened to them. Oh, we never really had sex. We never really had sex. Well, yeah, but you got close enough.
Yeah. Nah, and when I was like, I don't want to sell it as being, I wasn't into it that much, to be honest with you. It wasn't like being careful.
Why?
Why what?
Oh, you wasn't being careful because
No.
why?
I just really
But
wasn't
you
into
never
doing that.
ejaculated inside of a woman, you said.
No, I never did.
Well, then you ain't got to be careful. Oh, but you didn't know that. Well, I don't know what you
No, I
know.
knew it. It just really didn't like, I had buddies of mine that were always talking about, coming inside their girlfriend and shit. And I remember thinking, nah, I wasn't really into it. So it wasn't like I was some super responsible guy. I just wasn't into it that much. And I
Oh.
sold it as being safe, but it was not true.
Well, you were safer than most, probably.
Yeah, but it wasn't because of being responsible and young.
Yeah. Right.
Tom, what would you do if like some kid shows up at your door and was like,
Yeah, I mean, I do what everybody does, just like
I did
put a
20.
gun barrel in my mouth that night.
Oh,
Hi,
God.
Dad.
I would just like
Hi,
fucking
Dad.
try and play along, I guess. You know what I mean?
I've known people who kept pregnancies away from the male.
Yeah, I don't think I did. I had one girl say I got her pregnant, but I don't think I did.
You know, that's the thing. Women will say that shit.
Yeah, it just didn't really interest me.
I never understood the reason why they hid their pregnancy from the guy. Didn't want anything to do with
Hey,
him.
some
But
fucker is pulling in the driveway.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's almost midnight.
Your driveway?
Yeah.
Probably
Marty, he was
Marty.
supposed to be staying at a hotel.
You better
Well-
check it out.
Yeah, hold on.
Be careful.
Quiet, Daisy.
That's why you need a gun.
I got one.
Good.
I'm sure he's got several.
Good. Who pulls up at midnight? Come on.
Oh, that's Marty.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Marty.
I
good.
said it, I bet it was Marty.
Good.
Nobody else would do that.
What'd you do?
I don't think. I mean, he's been there long enough. They ought to know the deal around there. I sure as hell wouldn't.
You like sleeping there? Is that you, Colin? Oh, okay. I'm doing a live. Oh, sorry. No, I just let you know. He's talking about eating pussy.
Damn, Tom talking about somebody's pulling up in the driveway. He was down there in the middle of damn Detroit, Michigan on the blade talking to drug addicts and prostitutes. And now somebody's pulling up in the driveway.
Is that everybody?
Yeah.
Hi, Marty.
They
Hey,
said
what's
hello.
up?
Let me get in here. Want to say hi to him?
I'm gonna get in on the chat.
Oh,
I
jeez.
love your accent,
Marty.
Marty.
Where's?
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How about you guys?
Good.
We're great.
doing
We're great.
Not good.
Good. Yep.
How
Tom's
did
being
y'all
good
get
tonight.
hooked up with this guy?
Too late. Too late.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you must be very naive.
Well,
We know
we're
Tom's a
just all
psychopath.
nuts like
We already
Tom.
know. It's okay.
Yeah, he's got papers. So,
I do too.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
You too, Marty.
Marty is very
I
handsome.
think you're handsome, Marty. 3 people said you're handsome, 2 said you look retarded. Oh, one
I
more.
love his accent. I love the way he speaks. I could just eat him up on that alone.
Yeah.
That southern accent just makes my day.
This guy is the
Marty's getting all the love. Are you
is the
jealous, Tom?
nicest guy you've ever met in your life.
Yep. I don't doubt it.
Never like a bad day. Never like talks bad. Never.
So you're opposite.
Yeah.
What's his secret?
Fuck. I can't figure it out. I tell him all the time when I see him talking to somebody, I can't tell if it's an enemy or a best friend. Yeah. Crazy, man. I met him through sending him something on eBay that got there in 1 million pieces.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
You never know.
No.
You just never know when you meet folks. You just
Right.
never know what impact, if any, they'll make in your life,
No.
or if you'll ever see them again, or you just never know. I just think, you know,
I always think people come into your life for a reason.
That's what he says. My buddies up in Michigan say, you got to be sucking this guy's dick. And I said, I'm not, but I haven't ruled it out.
as damn good as he's been to you.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah. No, yeah, I never met a guy like this, to tell you the truth. I'm not kidding.
Well-
Man. Everywhere he goes, whether it's clerks or garbage truckmen or employees he fires send him Christmas presents because they know they should have got for shit like that.
He's a special one.
Yeah. You will never.
He
meet
is a
guy like this.
special one.
Yep, you'll never meet a guy more liked than this guy. Doesn't
Well-
talk behind people's backs. Just at the very worst, if something like heads south, he'll be a little quiet.
Yeah. That's a good man.
Oh, he's
Somebody,
a super good guy.
he came from some good people.
Yeah, yep, good people.
I mean, everybody has their own individual. He could have been a serial killer and still came from good people.
Yeah, that's exactly
But
right.
I really believe that I bet his family are just fucking fabulous people, except
Yeah,
for the ones that ain't.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly right. And he's been like, he's like a super successful like guy. And I'm
Damn,
glad
he should
because
be. I
he
mean,
deserved
you
it.
know,
Yeah. That's his
Probably why
second
he's so
wife, by the way.
happy.
But then again, a lot of people are super great people and don't have a pot to piss in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad it's like in the biggest like animal nut in the world. I'll give you an example. Like Daisy may sleep with me once a month. He takes her to Hilton Head, and his wife told me that she cries when he goes outside to check the mail. He's
I
even this
bet
way
she
with like
does.
dogs and stuff.
Well, that's why I say he is definitely a special one, and you need to pay attention
Yeah, no, he's a good
because
guy.
those don't come around very often.
No way, no way. I never met anybody like this in my life. No way.
Well, and you're 68,
Yeah,
and you met him what, a couple years ago? I don't know.
I met him about 6 years ago,
Well,
and we just kind of kept in touch, and and it's like
well,
weird.
it is
I
what it
didn't have
is.
like friends like this when I was younger. And the funny thing is we don't really like hang around.
Yeah, I can tell that.
Yeah, I mean, we talk like, and neither one of us like talking on the phone a lot. So it's like, if they're 10-second conversations.
Mm,
Yeah, it's
All
like
I can say is
worked out perfect.
you're a lucky
Yeah,
individual
no,
to
I
have
got lucky.
met him,
Yeah, I sure did get lucky for sure. Yeah,
and
weird.
he liked you. He
Yeah, and
saw something in you.
especially when you consider like through a eBay transaction that went south.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really a bad start.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You can try, but I don't think she'll want to go. I took her with me up to the gas station a while ago. She didn't want to go because she thought I was bullshitting her. And then when I started the engine,
See, he's still checking on Daisy.
yeah, all the
Do
time.
you need does it bother you if I run this?
No, I don't give a fuck. Aren't you tired?
I'm wore out.
Never too tired for Daisy.
No, he's with Daisy like constantly, all the time. If this goes to show you, it's one of the. I never thought like somebody could be that way with Daisy.
Not Daisy.
No, he tips her.
That in itself should say something.
No, that's exactly right.
Animals, animals know.
No, Daisy doesn't like her wife. She's actually his wife. She snapped at her a couple times.
He likes men, I think, more than women. Daisy
Yeah,
does.
but it's funny though. It's like he had it happen about a week ago. He was on his way to Hilton, and I've had it happen over like in Washington, that coffee shop, and they wanted me to bring her in, and the girl petted her on the head, and the guy petted her on the head. But there's other times, like no way, like the guy building my house and his brother, she snapped at both of them.
She's just selective at she wants it when she wants it, and when she don't, she don't.
It's so weird. Yeah, you wonder what goes through their little minds.
Yeah. Well, she's a sweetie.
Yeah, and like he says all the time, she's seems to do a pretty good job of sizing people up.
Yeah. Men, women, or whatever.
Yeah, but it's usually strange older men she doesn't want to have anything to do with.
So like
Yeah.
It's weird. I don't get it.
Well, you'll probably never will.
Mm-mm. No, I don't know why. Yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah, I definitely got lucky. Fuck, I don't know what I'd be doing.
I mean, I'm sure Marty's wife is a very good person. I mean, they have had all kinds of animals, and I'm sure she's a perfectly fine human being. But there's just, you never know. It's just like you meet people. Why do you like some and don't like the others? And they've not done anything to really offend you or act. You know what I'm saying? You just like who you like.
There was a guy here working on the furnace. She followed around, and he'd be working on it. She'd follow him wherever he was going, and just lay there.
Mm.
And if he'd reach to her, and she'd start growling.
Isn't that odd? But she wanted to be there, but she didn't. Who knows?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know why. Weird. Yeah, it's hard to. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I mean, there's no method in the man, and you just never know. But I can kind of tell, like when she's out and somebody wants. Usually, I warn people. It's like this dog's really not that friendly. but then sometimes she just comes out like very friendly, goes right up to people.
You
So,
know, if I'm not mistaken, Tom, and I very well could be, but I remember when you were down in Detroit,
yeah,
certain girls could come
yeah,
up and Daisy would bark,
yep,
and certain girls would
yeah,
come up
true.
and she wouldn't. I
Yeah,
remember Marguerite sitting in your the back of your
van,
van numerous occasions, or in the back seat,
yeah,
and Daisy would be there. But I mean, Marguerite didn't necessarily interact with her. Just she didn't try to, but
yeah.
Daisy didn't mess with her either.
No,
I
right.
She
remember
didn't
that
bark
too,
at her a
Rita.
lot, or
Yeah.
Yeah,
she just let her be.
Yep. I remember that too, Rita.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
strange.
So there again, who knows what it is?
Yeah,
Right.
and I knew I had to get one time I had like they were trying some, they thought I might have had some kind of weird arthritis. So they put me on these medication and I had a liver reaction to it. So I had to go and spend the night in Ann Arbor. And, that lady that comes on here once in a while, I dropped her off at her house and she liked her, spent the night with her. And that prosecutor I knew up in West Branch where I live, she
Mm,
liked her. There were times that I went places where she'd keep her for a week and it was just like I had her.
wow.
And there's other times where I better not leave this dog here. She's going to end up biting these people.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
There was a lady I knew that was a clerk at a grocery store that got drunk one night at a local bar and wanted to spend the night at my couch. I said, yeah, that's no problem. Come on over. She did. And she stepped on Daisy's foot and she bit her twice in the calf.
Oh, shit.
Oh boy.
No, and when in 20 minutes later, when she got up out of the couch to go to the bathroom, Daisy ran over there and bit her in the other calf.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
she can be like that, you know.
Yeah.
Procedure went good, actually. I met a lot of really super cool people. He said he didn't notice anything, although they take biopsies when they're up there. It had got a lot better on itself anyway, but I figured since it takes forever here to get an appointment like that, so I just kept it and went. This time I didn't get twilight sedation on the upper GIs. They used propofol.
yeah.
Man, I'll tell you, that's the way to go. I've said this
It
before,
is.
even with colonoscopies. I think that's exactly what death is like. I do.
Yeah, but it's total nothingness.
Nothing, total nothingness. And it's like it's kind of fun, actually. I was looking forward to it. I mean, I understand.
I love it. When it hits, I always
yeah.
go, there it is.
Yep, there it is. Now
There
minute
it is.
the minute it is. I asked him today, it's like, how do you guys how do you differentiate between like when you use twilight sedation, when you use propofol? And he said, basically, the healthier the person, the more you're wanting to go with propofol. It's when people have other complications that you want to go with twilight sedation because you're scared to death to put them totally under.
Yeah, you got to bring them out.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. That's
And
what he said.
especially with older people
Yeah.
um,
Older
that's
people.
had a lot of surgeries or surgeries close together,
Yeah.
they want to cut back on that as they can.
Yeah, I got lucky when I talked to the anesthesiologist for about a half hour. They were behind today with the doctor, and we had a super interesting conversation. And you know how he applied to medical school and how he got in. His mother was a school teacher. His dad was an electrician. He got into Mercer, which has a special deal. I looked it up. I didn't really know anything about Mercer Medical School in Georgia. Believe it or not, it's actually in general an easy medical school to get into. But you know, these guys make crazy money. He's in a partnership with two other guys. And then I talked to the nurse anesthetist for about 20 minutes. That was interesting with regard to like the day-to-day jobs that they do and, you know, complications they've experienced and that kind of thing. But that propofol, man, it's no kidding. It's like he said, well, he said, you can count if you want. And I said, well, he said, I bet you don't get to 2. And it was like, I think it's like getting shot or like getting killed in a car wreck or something. It's like when you see that happen and you know people and you always say, God, I hope they didn't suffer. Well, believe me, if it's death like that, what's so interesting to me is how fast your blood is moving through your system, how quick it is. I've had dogs put to sleep.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
quick.
like, Yeah, and it's like the minute he said, well, you can start counting if you want. And it was like, bam. And then you wake up and it looks like somebody just spun the clock forward.
Yeah. No
No,
hangover,
no,
no feeling bad.
no.
You're just awake.
Yeah.
Now,
And I
I
couldn't
will.
help but think when I was sitting there, like when I interviewed, particularly if you look at like the prostitutes I interviewed and you consider like PTSD and some of the lives they came from, it's no
Mhm.
wonder they get addicted to fentanyl. And no
Well,
wonder why
especially if
they're,
you
yeah,
don't want to
yeah,
deal.
yeah. And that, yeah, exactly. And it's just like,
You want to stay in a constant
it,
state
it's a
like
break.
that.
It's a break from being tormented.
Absolutely.
And it's such a break that
Absolutely.
you're willing to roll the dice. You know, people that aren't drug addicts can't figure out why you would roll the dice like that and not know what you're getting. Well, because you got problems and you're more
Because
worried.
they're in pain of some
Yeah,
sort,
you want
and
to
primarily mental,
experience
and they
that
want to
escape.
release
And
from
death
that torment.
is a relatively low risk for them because nothing's worse than being sober as a drug addicted prostitute.
Absolutely. And that's why a lot of people relapse when they go with or are resistive
I can see
to
why.
rehab
Yeah,
and detox because they can't fathom
yeah,
what they will do with their time.
yeah,
It's a whole nother life. See, you have a ritual when you're a drug addict or a drug addicted prostitute or whatever you are, but when you're drug addicted, you have a ritual. There's a ritual with the needle. There's a ritual with if you're um, melting, however
mhm,
whatever you got to do to get that fixed.
yeah,
It's a ritual.
yeah,
It's all a ritual.
right,
It's just like smoking.
yeah,
Uh, it's a ritual.
yeah,
And what will I do with that time? They have to learn to live again. And getting sober and facing problems of not only your past and trying to fix all the shit that you've done, going to court, your
yeah,
children,
yeah,
the things that you've done to people, being responsible, trying to get housing, trying to make a living, trying to get a job on your past arrest and all that bullshit. It's much easier to stay in that hole and just keep going with what you're going and to face, but to get sober and face all the shit
yeah,
that you have done
right.
and want forgiveness from people, and they think, well, I'm sober now and people should just embrace me with open arms. Mm. You know what
I
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Not everybody is so forthcoming or so trusting. They may have heard this time and time again, and you may have had stints of being sober. They've been through this,
yeah,
and trying to deal with this and be a productive human being, and being reminded when you're rejected for jobs and when you can't get housing because you're a felon and you can't. Uh, why, like I said, why the fuck bother?
yeah,
Just stay in that same old, it's too much fucking work. It's too hard. It's too hard.
yeah. And like the whole
That's
scheme of
my
things,
rant.
to non-drug addicts,
Oh,
it seems like
non-drug
a big
addicts.
deal.
So
But
how can you speak on something that you don't know?
well, yeah, exactly. But I mean, when you look at the whole scheme of things and you witness and you talk to people that are drug addicted, I mean, having sex for money is like nothing.
Well, not if you stay zoned out.
Right. If you
I
say so.
guarantee you, if they were
That's the only
sober,
way
they
a
wouldn't
lot
be
of these
doing that.
women can do that. They
Right.
have to get high before they can ever do it. And
Yeah.
then they got to get high after they do it to forget what they did
Yeah.
and to go to the next one. What do my prostitutes do? Drug addicted. They uh, they get a job, they get high, they do the deed, and then they get high afterwards, and then they got to do it again. So you got to maintain that high
Yeah.
to continue with what you're doing,
Yeah.
and two, not to be responsible and to forget what you're doing out there every day, every night, and what you're, they do have periods, I'm sure, of clarity. And then when they see that clarity, it's like, fuck this, this is too hard. I can't do anything else. And then, so that's what they say. It's just, I can't do anything else.
Right.
That's why I say Maddie has,
It is.
I don't see Maddie ever getting sober straight.
I don't either.
No, I don't
I
see
don't
it.
think Raven would have ever gotten straight.
I think there are just some people that, as I just said, my opinion on it and what they go through, it's just too hard to recover from.
Yeah.
It's easier to stay in that dark hole than to climb out. It's
but
too painful. It's too painful, not physically, but mentally.
But too, and like Becky always says, it's subjective on what you consider success. She said she didn't want to be a housewife.
Well, but Becky, at the time she made that statement, she and her husband were doing dope well before that. The reason when Becky really went out there is when her husband OD'd and died.
Yeah.
They worked together and had children. Am I not correct?
Yeah.
They had a home. They had children. They were, sneaky leaking around doing dope, but they were still maintaining. And then he died. I'm sure people knew. They had to be getting to that point where people saw the signs.
Mm-hmm.
But then he finally OD'd and he was gone. And so, but she was still left there with children and an addiction.
Yeah.
Yep. Where they were sharing that together and maintaining to some degree, I imagine. But that's, if I'm not mistaken, that was Becky's story.
Yeah, true.
And so then she was left there alone, like I say, with still an addiction, but not him to help and whatever. And so she just said, fuck this. I got to continue this because I can't do any different. I can't, nor do I want to. Right. No, she was so into that addiction. That's all that outweighed, and people can't understand, outweighed her children.
Yeah.
But it was, and it becomes that.
Yeah. Drugs and alcohol make a lot of people very different, than when they're not on drugs. And I mean, that's not a surprise. But my question was, when you guys were talking about surgeries and, different methods and whatever, is it true that you end up getting more surgeries the older that you get in life? Like, you guys have more life experience.
You need them usually.
Is that how it works? No, I'm just
your parts wear out.
I've noticed this trend with people, with family members and just people in general. Like, it just seems like.
Yeah, you do.
Is that just okay?
Hey, by the way, you know what I don't know anything about? I don't know why. I just never read it, never gave a fuck. Don't know if I have one, but I could hear them talking to the lady next to me. This is like a busy surgery center, where they got like 12 operations going on at the same time. And they were going to replace. What's a stent?
It's something to open up your artery. Like if you have like a blocked artery.
But are they like temporary or permanent?
Permanent.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Because they were changing her stent on her left side.
To her heart.
Yeah.
I knew
my mother had stents.
Yeah, I know somebody who had a stent placed not too long ago, and he didn't talk too much about it. But I also know people who got coils too.
So is this like they open you up and put it in there?
they put like coils like
Why don't
in
they
your,
do like bypass and stuff?
you can do they can do, like
I
heart,
don't
you mean
know.
like
It
a heart
depends on
bypass?
I think of the necessity.
Yeah, my father had at 50 years old, my father had a quadruple bypass.
Right, but
Okay.
when you get do bypasses include stints?
I
No,
don't know. I can't
no,
speak on what I don't
no,
do.
they
So
don't.
if you looked at a person and they said, "Well, I'm getting this stint replaced," is there like a scar there where they go in there and snap a new one in? In other words, once you get one, why do you need it replaced?
That's a good question, to be honest
I
with you.
guess with time, they just like anything else, they're used and they need replacing.
Maybe they
Well,
go
it's
bad after a while.
amazing. It's amazing what they can do because they took the veins out of my father's legs and put them in his chest. He had a
Yeah,
scar from his neck down to his dick where they cut him open.
they can do. Yeah,
Yeah.
Really? And
isn't
that was
that
for
Yeah.
more?
what?
Isn't that more like a bypass?
Yeah. He had a quadruple bypass.
Where
Okay,
did that
yeah,
scar go
that's
again?
where they're connecting. They evidently a part of
You don't make
it
sure I
is
don't get that one. I'll
it's
start
not
eating
Yeah.
this cheese.
Yeah.
functioning or it's prolapsed. It's not.
My
It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's causing a blockage or something.
Yeah.
It's like having diverticulitis where they cut out a certain part of your intestine sometime and then reconnect it.
Yeah. They took his
A
Yeah,
veins
stent's
out of
not
his
enough.
legs.
I'm
And
assuming. I mean, that's
well,
what
I know
I
what she was talking
envision.
about.
yeah, he had more problems with his legs after they took the veins out than he did
Yeah.
with his frickin' heart.
What causes that?
What causes what?
Blockage.
Hope
Yeah.
it's not jacking off.
His arteries were clogged. I mean, all four of them were clogged.
Tom, what are you going to do if your dick needs a bypass?
Oh, fuck, kill myself. Shoot myself between the eyes with a 22. You know, it'll bounce around my
Well, you
skull
might
like
need
a
a stent or
fuck
something.
a stint.
What about just a
Yeah,
stent?
yeah.
That wouldn't be as difficult.
I'm not getting any of that.
A
There's a
stent's
certain point
much
where I'm not putting
easier.
up with this shit.
Well, I know.
Right? But
I know.
if you said to me I had to get a stint, seriously, I'd embezzle all Michelle's savings and I'd go get a big giant blow up cock like the diabetics get, and I'd go out on a high note. I'm not going through all that bullshit where you get all that, like what Stephanie said her dad had.
Yep.
That scar
At
went
what
from
age, Stephanie?
that scar
He was
went from his neck down to his dick.
he was only 50 years old, Rita.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Was he
Yeah.
able to live? Was he able to live like a normal, healthy life
Fuck,
after
no.
that, though? No,
No, he couldn't go back to work, of course, because he was building golf courses at that time.
Okay.
And he had to go on Social Security.
And especially if his legs
I
bothered him.
I got him a part-time job at the bingo hall where I was working, and he loved that. And then he lived to be. He also had he had a quadruple bypass. Later on, he had a diabetic stroke. He had an aneurysm. He had an aneurysm in his chest. What else happened to him? Oh, and then he had to get a pacemaker, and he still lived till he was 80.
Awesome.
Oh
I want to give your
Damn.
dad a high five.
Holy
What a
shit.
trooper, man. That's awesome.
Oh, my dad was a tough old bastard.
He was a
Let me
He,
ask you though, Stephanie, and not to put a damper on it, but what kind of quality of life did he have?
actually,
Kitty?
he had he had a good quality of life. He was my nephew was little at the time. He was my nephew's babysitter. I got him the part-time job at the bingo hall, and he still went on. He was a mountain man. He still went to his rendezvous on the frickin' weekends.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I mean, that old bastard.
I mean, that's
told
my
him,
question about people having all this stuff done.
yeah,
If there's a quality of life after all this, that's fucking
Oh, he was. Yeah,
Fantastic.
he was so ornery. He
Too
said,
damn mean to die.
"Thank you, Rita. That's exactly what he said. He was too damn mean to die."
He ain't
Uh,
going out without a fight.
So do people get these stints unrelated to smoking?
Oh yeah,
I had a stint
I know a couple
having
people who got
chemo.
stints and they didn't smoke.
Well, no, it wasn't a port. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's a whole
Well,
different
how long
thing.
do they get on one of these stints?
How long?
Oh, it just opens your vein. High cholesterol too, Tom. My father smoked and he had high cholesterol.
Yeah, it's when the
Can't you get rid
blood
of that
can't
blockage
pass
with
because of the
medication?
fat in the veins.
Can't you
Usually,
get rid of that blockage with chemicals?
well, that's why they
Mm,
give you
You could
high
try it.
cholesterol
Yeah.
pills.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I'm on. I have to take cholesterol medicine and high blood pressure meds
I
too.
do as well.
Yeah, but yeah, it's you should have your cholesterol checked, Tom, because if it's high, they'll just put you on these pills.
Statins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, my
In fact,
cholesterol's high.
I forgot to take mine. I better take it.
damn, Stephanie, take them.
I
We
yeah,
need you on here.
I've known
Yeah, I
people
know
who've
it.
had to get stents put in and coils.
I've never heard of coils. I don't know. I'm sure it's a real thing. I'm just saying I'm older and I'm probably outdated. I'm not that hip anymore to a lot of the but coils.
Yeah,
Why
but
why
Stephanie,
do a coil that goes round and round as opposed to a stent that just opens up the vein and lets it
Right.
I
I
don't
don't.
I
flow
don't
yeah, but
through?
to be
Stephanie says he had a
I've heard
quality
of
life.
coils to prevent pregnancy, but
I bet Stephanie said he had a quality life, but I bet he couldn't get a hard on worth of fuck after 50.
Oh God, no. My mother and dad never had sex again. Of course not.
Well, how's that a good quality of life then? Climbing mountains instead of fucking?
well, Tom, not every man. I mean,
Well, my
people
mother
just
was
like to be
happy.
alive. There's other kinds of intimacy. Oh my God, you should know that. All you want is blowjobs.
My
So
mother, she was like she
you don't know if he had a little
was like
something,
me.
something now and again. Shit,
No, she said they never had sex again.
she don't know that.
My
She
mother told me,
assumes.
Rita. My mother
Oh,
told me.
she didn't even pat it a little and
Oh
try
God,
to.
no, no, no. But Rita, they were married freaking 59
I'm
years.
kidding, honey.
Oh,
I'm just
Wow.
talking
that's
crap.
awesome, Stephanie.
I could not see my mother at that age patting at Rita. My mom was too busy doing her own shit.
Oh, good for mom.
I know.
I had members of my family smoke and drink and live to be 80.
Yeah, I had a grandfather just 10 days short of 100. My dad lived till 92 as an alcoholic and a heavy smoker.
Yeah.
I'm
My
smoking right
mother and
now.
father both. My father drank in his early years and was a smoker, and my mother never drank ever. And
Yeah.
they both lived to 82.
Yeah, my mom never drank. My dad was a drinker too, Tom. He quit drinking though 5 years before his heart attack.
Oh, you did?
But I mean, my dad
Yeah.
drank that old shit. I mean, he made white liquor
He quit
at
he
a
quit
time.
drinking before his heart attack, did you say, Stephanie?
Yeah, he was an alcoholic. My father was an alcoholic.
Oh,
I only saw my father drunk once in my whole life. He never drank at home.
I always
Wow.
wondered.
drink? Bars?
He was a binge drinker.
My dad
He
never drank at home, really.
Yeah, he would he would
He'd come home
maybe
drunk, but he never really drank at home.
he would maybe every 2 weeks he'd go on a 2-day bender.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I always
That's
I
not so
always
bad.
I always wondered if drinking, maybe not to like very excessive amounts, but I always thought that
Yeah,
maybe it might be
the
healthy for
alcohol
you.
can be good for
Like,
you
there's got
in
to
a
be something,
moderation.
okay. There's got to be like some kind of, because like I've known people who drank in the, later in life and everything, and they didn't seem like, even my grandfather, like he lived to be like 95, and
My grandfather lived to be like 91
Oh God,
or 2.
I'd kill myself.
And he had what they called a hot toddy.
Yeah, my mom used to drink those.
Every day of his life, he'd have a little alcohol. I can't tell you what it was, but I know he'd have a cup of coffee and he'd pour him a little, whatever he had, a little. That he said his doctor said that was good for him.
I believe
And
that.
he
Like,
lived to be like 91, 92. He was never a drinker outside of that. Never,
I
never,
think
ever.
I think something else that has to do with longevity is your attitude, like your positive, like that's why I'm trying to get
I'd
a
be dead
hold.
already.
I think some of the older people lived to be as old as they were. Uh, some of them, I mean, there's modern medicine and people can live longer, but I'm talking about these old timers, like grandfathers, great grandfathers. I
Yeah,
think there is a genetic component, but I also think the way they lived back then. I mean, considering no modern medicine for people to have lived through, you know,
right.
all
But
the
back then
things that
too.
I don't know. It's just who knows.
But back then
But I
too.
do think there's a genetic composition to it.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, I think people before, they would just do things like dr- drinking and smoking and stuff like that. People were doing that a long time ago.
A
And like
long
I
time
said,
ago, since
Yeah,
the
but people
beginning
are
of
living
time.
longer now than they ever have.
and I'm just saying, like, people that I thought, because of their, habits, whether it was drinking or smoking cigarettes or whatever, ended up outliving some people that I see, eating, you know, sticking to diets and
Yeah, it's
exercise.
genetics.
It is genetics. That's probably why I'll die of a heart attack. My
Well,
whole family
Genetics,
has died of heart attacks.
you can't predict that either. Genetics can skip.
Right.
Genetics aren't just from your mother or father.
My dad
It could
had
go
hair like
back
George Hamilton.
generations, and
Yeah, well, I've drank and smoked since I was 16. So,
yeah, you'll still
yeah,
live to be like 80, Stephanie.
no thanks.
Yeah,
Well,
but you've gotten a good 50 years out of it.
you know what,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
As
too.
long as I have some quality of life, I don't want to be. It's just like I think everybody knows when they're done.
You mean I had a family member and she lived to be 93, but like the last like 5 to 6 years, she had dementia so bad that she didn't even know like anything. Like she
I
didn't
don't
know
want to
who
live
anybody
like that. I
was.
don't want to live like that. I don't want to know. I don't want
Well,
to not know I'm in the world. What's the fucking point?
yeah,
Yeah,
me
but
either.
you're not
No,
terminal. You're
we
going to live
don't
like that if
always
you
have
get
a
there.
choice in that. I mean, some 90 years old are as spry as a young chicken up to the day they die. You
Yeah,
know,
not this family member. Nope. Oh yeah, like it was sad. Like she didn't even
my
know
mother
what.
died of dementia, Alzheimer's.
It's a slow. It's not fast
It's
either.
horrible. It's
It's
horrible.
it
It's
is
horrible.
watching
It's
them,
horrible.
and then they can't even like say hi. Like they don't know who you are anymore. Like they
Mm.
don't
I
even.
know. I told the kids,
It was a
if I'm ever
blessing when
like
my
that,
mother passed away. I mean, as much as I loved my mother, I cared for her for the last 5 years of her life. And as much as I loved my mother, and I was the baby, you know how that goes. And it was a blessing to her when she passed.
Right.
she said to me on several occasions in the last year, she probably lived multiple times.
So
Uh,
Tom, I
what
wanted
is all, excuse me?
I just wanted to ask Tom if you knew that you were going to have Alzheimer's for the
Yeah.
last like 5
I
years or
donate
so.
my porn collection to all the subscribers.
Would you want to live like that? Like not knowing anything? Like just
I don't.
Well,
forever?
Well, let me
no.
tell you, man. I mean, I've had a couple times in my life when you think that you don't want to live like that, and you're going to do something about it. It's different being on a chat and talking about this shit. And it's different when you're really considering ending in your whole life,
Yeah.
your own life. And as much as I, could say, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to live like that. I've been there before, so I reacted differently to it than I expected that I would have.
Mm-hmm.
So I got an idea. If I get dementia, I'm just going to be like in a fucking diaper for 20 years and not even fucking know it.
Okay.
I won't do anything about it. I'll just be like getting a rattle for Christmas and shit.
If I was diagnosed, if I was given a diagnosis of dementia, I mean severe dementia. I mean, there's
It
different
all
types
sucks.
of dementia.
It all sucks.
Wherever it affects the brain in different places.
Yeah, but none of it's good.
No, none of it's good. But I wouldn't want to be a burden to anybody. And I don't want to walk around pissing myself. And I mean, as we get older, we need a little incontinence care, some of us, there and again. But I'm
Women
talking
do.
about not knowing who the fuck I am, not knowing who anybody else is. I mean, but even if they told me this is coming, I mean, I would question. I'm not just going to go like Michelle and they say, oh, you have dementia. And Michelle just goes on her merry way and doesn't ask any questions or what kind of dementia or where is it
It
affecting
wouldn't
me.
matter.
No, but to me it would. But I'm just saying, if I were given a diagnosis of having dementia or Alzheimer's, whichever it is,
Yeah.
no, I would not continue on.
Yeah, it's easy to say it.
Yeah, I know it's easy to say. I know that's easy to say. But as I'm just saying, if I have a capability,
you won't remember where the gun is.
I will, because I won't wait until I get to that fucking stage. I said if I were given a diagnosis, I might not do it the next day or the next day or the next day, but and I know that time will be running out. I'm just saying, if I'm capable, and if anybody that loves me and knows me, that I've talked about this for years. If they don't help me, if I can't help myself, but I won't let it go that far. I'm going to check the fuck out. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
Right, wrong, or indifferent.
yeah, but
Now,
you don't know until
okay.
you're facing the Grim Reaper.
No, you don't know, but I know what lies ahead. And having, I guess, dealt with that more than I would like, I think I could. I think I
Yeah,
could.
I thought I could too.
Well, you're not.
No, but there's a variety of ways that you come to this conclusion, whether it's chronic depression,
No,
your wife
no.
left you got
Okay.
dementia. But when it comes right down, it sounds like a great idea. Everybody agrees with it. It makes sense. But when it comes, until you get there,
Well, you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm not gonna
Well, yeah, I know.
dismiss that. You're right. I'm gonna tell you.
don't
I don't
ever
know.
count me
I
out.
think people. It takes guts to kill yourself.
It does. There's a big difference
It
between
takes guts.
there's a big difference between suicide ideation and pulling the trigger.
Absolutely. My brother killed himself.
Yeah. I want you to know you can always count on me to come and give you a big, giant wooden spoonful of applesauce.
No,
Oh,
I don't want that. Give me a
freaking
big giant
good.
spoonful of opiates.
I would be like,
Yeah.
I'd be like, am I living a nightmare? Like, what I do so wrong? Tom goes over, gets
Something that
Applesauce.
will take me out. Just let me go to fucking sleep.
No, but I'm pretty sure. Now I don't know this
I don't want
100%, but
applesauce. Fuck
let's
you and
say
your
let's say
applesauce.
how about this? So let's say you get dementia in your home, right? And hospice, their goal is to make you comfortable and not suffer. Now,
Mhm.
is that also an absence of pain? In other words, if you had dementia and you were not in pain, can you still get them to cough up some morphine?
Yes.
Mm,
If you're in
Oh,
I
like
you
don't know
can.
about that.
if you're in if you're in like a
In the
certain
States.
hospice care
Yeah.
or hospital, like especially hospice, I know for sure, you can get that shit whenever you want. They don't care.
My
Even with
mother had
dementia and not pain.
hospice. My mother had hospice at home, and we had all her drugs in the cupboard. We had morphine, we had Xanax,
I
we
think
had.
hospice is wonderful.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it is, Rita. I moved in to help take care of my mom too,
My
and
mother went to hospice in the last month of her life.
yeah, they came to our home. My mother
I
died
couldn't take care of her anymore. I mean, at that point, I mean,
yeah,
it wasn't that I didn't want to, but she went to hospice. It was just set up of my house and what she needed, and
yeah,
it was just. And I
yeah,
spent all my spare time at hospice till my mother died.
yeah, yep. I know. Yep. I
Hey,
had the
Melina.
same. But yeah, they do make you comfortable, and
And the
they
facility
do
was
give you
wonderful for
drugs.
the family. I
Yeah,
could come and go whenever I wanted. I could stay as long as I wanted. They had wonderful food there that they fed the patients. I mean, great food. And the families could go in and get food. Also, of course, I think we paid a nominal fee. I mean, the facility was wonderful. They had any questions I had, somebody could answer. Um, they were just uh, fabulous,
yeah,
in my opinion.
Good night,
yeah,
Mom.
they are.
Yeah, you get whatever you want when you want. If you're in hospice care, you get it like
But
it's
I'm
a
not sure
different.
that's true when you're not in pain.
No, it's true.
Um, well, Tom, dying
If you, yeah,
is
if you,
painful, whether people know it or not.
No, I know, but I'm talking about like acute pain from surgery,
oh, well, if you're not in like, I'm
cancer.
talking about hospice.
Yeah, I know, but if you got dementia, you're just like, you can't remember shit. You're not in pain that I don't, other than just getting high and going out on a good note. It doesn't require morphine, I wouldn't think. And I just don't know if they give it to you with the absence of pain.
They don't give it. They don't give you more than you need.
Yeah, but do they give it to you at all with dementia and no pain?
Oh, I don't know about that,
I
but
don't know about that.
if
That's what I
My
want to know.
mother didn't have dementia, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, I know they hand it out like with
But see,
pain.
dementia causes the body to start shutting down.
It does, but that doesn't mean it's not like pain. I mean, maybe
Pain,
it is sometimes.
death is painful.
Yeah, but in a philosophical way, I'm
And
talking
people
about.
think, oh, why are you giving my loved one? They're not complaining because they know they are. There's signs that it is.
I mean, I think it'd be not so bad then. We can all become dope addicts at the end.
I made a
Well, who
pact
the
with my
fuck
friend.
cares
No,
at
I
the end?
agree. No, I
Listen,
think it's the way to go. I
I said,
I,
I
I
said,
like
I'm
if I
to
going
make,
to
hear.
drink as much as I can drink before I do whatever I'm going. I'm going to smoke.
me,
I'm going to smoke weed. I'm going to take gummies. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do.
be at my one
Don't be,
ex-boss.
and that's another thing makes me sick. They hear about, oh, he's dying, so he's got lung cancer, he's got this or that, and oh God, he can't smoke, he can't have a beer, alcohol, they can't. Fuck that shit. I'm on my goddamn way out.
I made a pact
I
with my
get any
friend.
damn thing I want.
If we made it to 80, we were gonna do
Shit.
heroin. We were
No,
gonna
I think
try.
it's a good idea.
at 80 years old. I'm like, if we make it to 80 years old,
I'd try all that fucking shit if I made it that
why
old.
not?
Who?
Melina, do you want to say? We got a new person here. Hey, Melina.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, Elena.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the jungle.
On here, but not on the screen. I just.
That's fine. You don't have to be.
Oh,
Nope.
I want to be. I'm just really shy.
Oh, that's all right. Just take your time. You've hit rock bottom. Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's like I listen to y'all talk and stuff, but and I have things to say, but now that I'm on here, I'm like, what to say? I don't know.
No, that happens a
Oh,
lot.
it'll come to you, honey. We're just talking.
Her
Just
name's
jump
Melina.
right in.
Yeah. Where are you from, Melina?
At Detroit,
Oh, okay. Good.
Oh,
Good.
right off.
how old are you, sweetheart? Okay, well, you don't have to say.
55.
Oh, that's
Okay.
enough.
I'm 20.
You're still a pup.
Oh,
A puppy.
did you grow up there in Detroit?
Garden City.
Oh, yeah, I'm from Flat Rock.
Yeah, no, we talked about that.
You're not hippie chick, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you are a hippie chick.
Oh,
Hello. Now we know.
And I don't like that name anymore, but I don't want to change it because then it'll be like, this is sketchy.
oh, yeah. No, yeah, that's right. It's weird.
But
But don't tell people your real stuff.
Well, I have my name on there, and I
Yeah,
try.
but don't ever
Well-
say your last name or your street or any of that shit.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Don't give people too much info on.
Yeah, hell no.
Streetwise,
Stalked, swatted, yeah.
especially the internet. Yeah,
Oh, big time, man.
Oh, yes, honey.
Out there. Yeah, it's true.
my son, he uses his phone to scan and pay for stuff, and it's like I still like using cash.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, who
It's hard to
doesn't?
mess with
Right.
cash, you know. Good night, Blue. It's hard to get cash, you know.
Everybody's going to bed now. I'm late.
No,
Well,
honey, we'll be up. We never
we stay
know.
up. We do this all the time. Just people come and go. It's like no pressure, you know.
People got things to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
Some of us are retired. We'll stay here all night.
We don't
Right.
have anything to do. Now, I think you said before you're retired, aren't you?
Well, I know that's a sticky situation, subject. With
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess
Don't talk about it then.
we'll talk about it.
You're not obligated to speak
Yeah,
on
no.
anything you don't want to.
You know what I mean?
I've worked since 16. I've always had a job. Always. Never with a job. Always independent. Had my own place, car, and I had a mental breakdown. So
Yeah, I've had a couple of those.
I've never had that. I'm the most mentally
Join the
stable
crowd,
person.
honey.
You've had mental
Join the
breakdowns.
crowd.
Oh God,
No.
Michelle.
Quit lying.
I have
I know why.
a mental, yeah, and I'm a recovering addict. So here I'll
Good for you.
give you a little, input on me. So I'm a recovering addict, 12 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I worked all through my addiction. I was a function, and then
What was your substance that you were addicted? What was it?
powder cocaine.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Stephanie knows about that.
Yes, Melina. I know about all the years of the cocaine. You betcha I do.
Who
But
does
you know
that?
what was funny about me, honey, is I never really got addicted to it. I could take it or leave it. So I guess I was lucky.
That was me. I could take it or leave it.
I never tried it.
I never
That
did
wasn't
either.
a addiction for me. I didn't like going fast. I like
I never
sitting
messed
back
with
and
it.
watching the world go by.
Well, back then in the 80s, I liked it fast.
Oh well, the 80s was a fast time.
But now, I'd like to pop a pain pill once in a while now.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know what though? Hey, here's the thing. I was thinking about this for some reason driving today. Like, if Stephanie, she has a pain pill addiction, she gets over it, she does well, she hangs in there, she retires. And if Stephanie was 40 and she was talking about pain pill, we'd say, don't do that. Your life's going great. But now it's 66.
Yeah, I know, Tom.
You've earned a pain pill.
Yeah,
Okay, bring
and
'em
now you
on.
can't get it. Now the doctors won't give them to you anymore.
No, now you got to pay $25 for them on the street.
Oh gosh.
No, it's fucked up, man.
No, it is. It really is like that. Like
I know.
they're so paranoid.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because I have, arthritis, I have neuropathy in my feet, and I still can't get anything for the pain. They tell me to take frickin' Tylenol.
Hey, but
I mean-
you know what this does do? This adds credence to like what I've said before. Stephanie, no, she wants to feel like she felt at one time when it caused her problems. And now all that responsibility is behind her. And now she wants to have some fucking fun.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of what Becky said.
Yeah, I know it.
I listened to you when you were talking about kegger parties because I graduated in 1987. So,
Wow.
What year do you graduate? I'm sorry, I missed it.
87.
Oh, 87. Okay.
Wow. I
Yeah.
graduated in 74.
76 for me.
74.
Bicentennial.
Bicentennial, yes. We had a big bicentennial shit. Yeah, we did.
I graduated
Yeah.
in the 2000s.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's unbelievable.
You guys are my parents' age.
I'm sorry you missed out, Michelle. Because 87 was good too, Milena.
No, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think about it all the time.
Hey, but
Oh,
Stephanie,
yeah.
you got nothing to I really don't see a downside to a bottle of pain pills.
I don't either. Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
You're
I know because
Now, if we rolled the clock back and you were slicing ham when they asked for roast beef, that's different.
no ham. I don't want to hear ham or ham sandwich. Okay, you guys.
Yeah. No, but at this stage of the game, I wish I wish I knew where you could get them.
No, I know because I would just to take the pain away. Like
really
before
do.
I stopped taking them because they quit working. And I just, it took too many and I was smart and I stopped. But now I have all this horrible pain sometimes and I'm thinking, my God, I wish I was still taking them.
Oh, yeah, I believe it.
It's
You know what?
terrible.
And you know what? They should be available to you.
Yeah.
I know they're
'Cause
not.
You're not taking them recreationally.
Yeah.
Well, it's because of the abuse.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but that's not what she did.
But see, Stephanie, one thing about it, you stop taking them, your system's clear now. I don't see why, though, you couldn't start back.
Oh, Rita, I know. I got one from my sister. My sister takes them and she goes to a pain clinic now. You have to go to a pain clinic.
Yeah, well, maybe you should think about that.
Yeah, I thought about it. Anyway, I take one now and my pain is Rita, my pain is completely gone now. I
Because
take
I'm
one
going to tell you,
pill.
Stephanie, at the pain clinic,
Yeah.
they count your pills. And when you need a refill or when you have to go back, they count your pills. I mean, they know exactly how many pills that you should have taken.
Yeah.
Now, not to say that in the beginning that can't be adjusted or whatnot,
Right.
but they keep the pain clinics now, not in the older days where you just get, when pain clinics had a a bad rap, and I mean, rightfully so.
Right.
But nowadays, they keep very close tabs on how much they prescribe you,
Yeah.
how much you should have.
Watching.
None of this running out. And well, if that's the case, then you need to reconfer with your physician.
Or
Yeah.
maybe get a
You
different.
know,
Maybe get
but
a
a
different.
pain clinic might really be your next step, Stephanie.
Yeah, I think you should do. I had a girlfriend used to take a pain pill before I butt fucked her.
Okay. Tom! See, Melena,
I'm sure
you
they
hit
probably
rock
did,
bottom.
but if you had to do all
I gotta
that,
take a pain pill every time I come on this panel.
yeah, no shit.
Oh yeah, it's
Michelle,
trying to
that's
help.
the greatest thing you've said, and I don't know when. Kudos to Michelle.
Tom, text me. Get on the panel. Oh, okay, hold on. I'll be there.
Oh,
In like 5
Michelle,
Kudos
that
to
was, Michelle,
Michelle.
that was a good
Yeah.
Give it up.
Yeah,
Give
man.
it up.
I tell
Out of
you, get
left
as many of
field.
those as you can. I don't care what they cost. It went from "we're not doing that again" to "wow, this is great."
Oh, God.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Dave.
I'm thinking
The
to myself,
channel
they're
where you
wasting
need
these
a
on broken
pain
legs and
pill
all this
before
shit.
you come on. Or something. Mushroom, joint.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Right.
Yes, Frisky, we're all going to hell.
Yeah, I loved her.
Damn.
Now,
Oh,
this
my
is what it's all
God.
about right here. This is
Okay,
what
so
it's
if
all about.
anybody knows
We
where there's
finally went
any,
around the barn.
if anyone knows where there's any pain pills, contact Tom.
Hell yeah. I'd ask all my friends. That
Tom
broken
passes out pain pills to any woman that goes
That's the
around him. Here,
that's
you're
the
gonna
best
need
damn
this.
part of the whole night.
This is a prophylactic.
Just send Tom the bill.
Yeah,
You may not agree with it, but it made sense.
Marty. Have it forwarded to Marty.
Oh, God
Well,
dang.
you know what they used to do? I know with women especially,
Here we
like back in
go.
the day, they used to give you like sedatives like nothing, like benzodiazepines or
Oh, yeah.
barbiturates.
Fuck yeah.
They used to call it barbiturates,
Yeah.
like candy before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I took the Xanax too.
Yeah.
I wish I had all that shit right now.
No, I don't think you want
30s and 40s, it was rampant. I mean, you could get.
Oh, God.
What's wrong with
Well,
wanting to be painful?
Coca-Cola had cocaine in it.
Yeah.
For real. And the traveling doctors, you'd have, morphine, all this shit. They gave it out like fuck.
Yeah, you
Damn.
can't get a decent doctor
Then you
now.
wonder why people died early. What was that? Something they gave out real freely, especially to women for hysteria.
Yeah.
Started with a B.
That's what they were like.
Not belladonna. That's a poison.
That's a porn star.
That was.
Oh fuck! I don't know about
It is.
that. But no, well, okay, it is. But no, there was a drug they used to, or maybe it's not a B. They gave it in. If any of you movie buffs remember, damn.
They were like barbiturates. They don't
No,
give those out
yeah,
anymore.
it was opiate. It was just straight fucking damn.
What'd they give it out for?
Well, like I said, hysteria and women. It was real common for women
Boy,
to
I
get
need that.
it, or any aches and pains that anybody had.
Oh, God.
In the movie, God damn it, the Western that was so famous.
Opium.
Google it.
Oh, it might have been opium.
Doc Holliday and all that. remember,
Tombstone?
remember, no, not cocaine. It was an opiate, and they gave it out very freely. And a lot of people got addicted to it. Uh, uh, who was
Was it a
it?
tranquilizer?
Yes.
Lorazepam?
No, we're talking the
Xanax?
damn 1800s. Fuck, it was on
Okay,
the tip of my
I'll
tongue.
Google it.
Google it.
I love Google.
How do I Google what I don't know?
The 1800s, Rita?
Yeah, during the Western era.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm
Wow.
Googling it.
it was a very potent.
I can't believe somebody doesn't know this shit.
They gave him heroin.
No, it wasn't
Oh, yeah,
heroin.
that
Well, it might have
actually was a
been
big
it
thing
might have
back
been
then.
a form of,
Remember
but it wasn't straight.
Sure, it wasn't opium.
old medical bottles that said heroin on it, like back in the day.
Well,
Yeah.
they did, but I'm talking about something else. I'm trying to think I'm sorry, I'm old. I'm trying to think.
Okay, here we go. Let me see here.
Laudanum. Laudanum.
I never
Look
heard
up
of that.
laudanum.
I've never heard
Oh,
of it.
it's right here. They gave him laudum.
I never heard of it.
Oh yeah, it was very accessible, and it was an opiate. Isn't it, Stephanie? Oh, where'd Stephanie go?
Stephanie, what are you doing?
Without a
That's-
prescription, they gave that laudium, cocaine, arsenic, and opiates.
Crazy.
Laudanum. It was a big thing. You could inhale it. Ladies would put it on their little handkerchiefs and be inhaling that shit. Oh, please.
Wow, sounds fun.
Oh yeah, laudanum. I don't even know if it's even still. I've not heard it. I just read about it and heard about it in movies.
I never heard of
Laudanum.
Either.
Huh. it. That's weird.
Oh yeah. Hey, they were doing it back in the
That could
day.
be,
Shit. How could you survive?
that'd be
If I
great.
meet Tom, I'm just gonna slip him some benzodiazepines.
Yeah, fucking do it. I've had them before. Give me some Dilaudid. Hey, that anesthetist guy said
Right,
they still
Frisky.
use,
No wonder they were
they use
fainting. They
Dilaudid
had
for
the
anesthesia.
vapors. That's why they called them the vapors. They was vaping that shit.
Yeah, Frisky wants to know, is that a plant?
I have no idea. I don't know where it's an opiate.
It's a Rita. I googled it. It's a powdered opium.
Okay, opium.
So you're right, Tom.
Opiate.
Oh, okay.
But it was strong as fuck.
It's a powder.
Yeah, let's get
They
some.
they had it in liquid form too. It was in liquid form too.
I am still boggled because Stephanie, you should be able to go to your doctor and get like some kind of medication.
No, you know what? Other than a pain clinic, these guys,
Yeah.
they go to like family practitioners like Ted, my buddy,
Mhm.
and they want them to get these fuckers off there. You can forget about they have like 3 people that are 90 years old they do pill counts with, but it's just another level of paperwork nobody wants to fuck with.
Really?
And they're holding these doctors so accountable since the influx of opiates, especially in places like
it's funny you should say
when
that.
they really pushed that shit to pharmacies, and it was so like West Virginia. Okay, I'm just throwing numbers out here just to show you the amounts. I mean, they're not correct, but let's say there was a town of 1,200 people. And in this one town, they prescribed 3,000 prescriptions. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what happened because the pharmaceutical companies were giving kickbacks. There's a whole movie about it. The pharmaceutical company that come out with this, and they were pushing doctors and they were getting kickbacks, and it seemed like a miracle drug in the beginning. And
think-
then all these fucking people started getting, they were taunting it as non-addictive and all that shit. And the whole time they knew it would be. And what they do just to increase the dosages. Oh man, that was the start of the shit.
I think once you hit 65,
Mhm.
you should be able to get whatever you want if you're in pain. I don't think
Yeah,
you
it
should have to
doesn't
go
work that
through
way.
all.
Me too.
Michelle for president. Michelle for president.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, like you're a senior now. You should get some perks in life, and that
Well, you
shouldn't
would
be
think, wouldn't you?
if you're in pain, like the doctor shouldn't have to be like,
Why
okay,
would
well,
65-year-olds have to? Uh, come on, man. I'm
No,
65. Give me
no,
whatever the fuck.
no. There's people in prison because they tried to escape their pain, and they
Well,
went to
sure.
drug
And
dealers.
that's
Oh, I
ridiculous.
believe that.
But then people
Sometimes.
start selling prescriptions. Their prescriptions because they can't eat, seniors. So here's
Yes.
somebody comes along. Do you know what these are worth? Oh, here we go.
Rita,
And then these
let
old
me tell
people,
you.
the people that have the scripts, go to prison. But it was
Rita,
really the other people that influenced them to do it because they just need a little money.
yeah, Rita, I'm not going to mention names or anything, but yeah, my sister knows someone like that. And yeah, I was offered to, get some, but I can't afford to buy them from someone.
How much?
Not in these days. I'm talking about some years ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, she's selling these for $5 each.
Mm,
That's what
mm.
they got. I
Well, already know what they are.
What, Melanie?
know cancer patients. They have a hard time because
Yeah. Yeah, she's an old lady and she goes and gets them at the pain clinic and she doesn't even take them. This is what she does. She takes a couple right before she goes to be tested so they're in her system and then she sells the rest of them for money because you're right, Rita, she needs the money.
Hey,
Right.
I don't know if this is like this now, but I know for years, like 10 years ago, if you went to, let's say, from Detroit to Florida and you stayed at a hotel off I-75, you'd see people circling the hotel all night.
Oh, that was years ago.
Yeah, all night long, driving around, picking up shit. You know what they were doing? They were buying opioids off quadriplegics and paraplegics that could get it
Well,
unlimited.
Florida was well known for pain
But I mean,
clinics.
the whole way down, you could buy it.
Yeah.
But quadriplegic and paraplegics got them like as many as they wanted, whatever they wanted, and some of them didn't even need them, and they go check in these hotels for a month and sell their fucking pain pills.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
it.
Yeah, I know.
has
I'm going to confess to something. I sold pain medication for a woman that was
Oh, you
dying of
did?
cancer.
Yeah.
That was dying of cancer, and she had a young child. And when she was diagnosed, her husband walked out.
Oh, man.
And this woman was having full body radiation.
Wow.
And she was dying. And she needed the money. She said they made her sick more than they helped her. She had something else she took.
Right.
Because it actually helped her more. But these things were high dollar on the street. And yeah, I sold them for her, and I don't regret it.
What do they get for that shit now on the street? Does anybody
I
know?
have no idea. I've been out of that game.
Well, this woman wants $5 each for hers, which I
Which
guess
ones are they?
it's supposed to be a good price. I don't know.
Just Stephanie, what part of the country?
Washington.
Washington.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly
That's what
what they are. Blues.
Yeah.
Stephanie, what is it exactly? What drug is it?
It's Vicodin.
See, now Dave says one
I'm
Vicodin,
sure.
10 milligram, they get 20 a piece in Chicago, $20 a piece.
Yeah, these are 5 milligram.
Okay, so that's
What I sold was a whole lot higher back in the fucking 80s, a lot higher.
and that was which drug?
Dilaudid.
Oh yeah, that's the creme de la
That's the
creme though.
potent stuff.
That is the top notch.
Yeah, I honestly would
And
be afraid
they
to
were
take
worth
that.
more. They came in 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s.
Yeah,
With 4s being the, be all.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's what
And night in the 80s, listen to me, they were $50 a piece.
Wow.
Hey Dave,
No,
fake Vicodin is what killed Prince.
Now
and
you
Tom.
could get them cheaper here and there, but see, when the market got flooded, of course, they go down. But then when the market wasn't flooded, somebody got busted, a connect got jammed up, or the person died that was good, it just
right.
depended. But I'm talking in the 80s, $50 for 4s. Now, if
Wow.
there were 1s, 2s, and 3s, you can get them a lot cheaper, depended on the dosage. But I'm talking about the orange ones.
Yeah.
One thing that
Fours.
gets me though, here's the thing that pisses me off. They talk about this drug abuse and all this bullshit, and every TV documentary is all this shit getting sold and blah blah blah. Like those kids in Florida that were on one of those crime shows and that kind of shit. How about the motherfuckers this shit helped?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a documentary on that.
Right. No.
Yeah.
I
This is
agree.
what-
Totally.
this is
There are
what I
people that
don't-
needed them, that absolutely do need them,
This-
do need them.
this is
And
what-
like I said, when I was going through cancer and was burned up like a goddamn fried chicken, I didn't get nothing till the very end, when somebody paid attention and I was like, I can't do this anymore. My skin's fucking just falling off like chicken on a bone. And that guy gave me, I don't remember, I think he gave me 20 of what did he give me? Oxycontin, I think. And that was
Yeah,
the end
they're
of my radiation that day. But just to get over, and I kept begging them, can't you see how burnt I'm dying here? And they're like, oh, they give me Silvadene cream and all this shit.
Hey,
So now this was in 2019. And I couldn't get, nobody gave me anything.
well, that's
Hey,
what-
here's something too. This is no bullshit. You can look this up. In the mid 90s, okay, insurance companies were getting bent over in personal injury lawsuits for pain and suffering. Just crazy, like fucking $50 million verdicts, pain and suffering. So the insurance companies went to the federal government and said, hey, look, this is fucking nuts. We're all going to be out of business. The federal government contacted the AMA and had big symposiums and said, you know what? You fucking family physicians are not properly treating pain. And look at these judgments. They're the ones that got this opiate bullshit started. It's the government that did it by accusing physicians of being incompetent in treating it.
and then they stop. Then they put a hold on people getting it prescribed.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
But get this though. This is what I don't understand.
Then they get addicted, or they're getting fentanyl, and that's why we have so many overdoses.
Right.
This is what I don't understand. Okay, so a
But when
doctor-
I'm sorry, Michelle, but when they started with fentanyl, it came in patches. And that's the way it was. People in extreme pain were treated with fentanyl. They're supposed to keep it on for a couple of days. You could throw that patch but now we're talking about people in extreme pain. But I'm just showing you. You could take that patch off, throw it in the trash. Somebody else could come along and pick it up and put that patch on, and they'd be hiring a motherfucker.
No, hey, there were two guys. I did mainly fraud.
That's how strong fentanyl is.
No, there were two guys I did a lot of surveillance on. Trying to catch them doing shit that they couldn't do.
I know a nurse that said that.
Yeah, I know two guys that I did tons of surveillance on that died from fentanyl patches and drinking binges.
Oh, God, no. I mean, Jesus, I guess so.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But you know,
Who would be
you're in
not
pain.
fentanyl.
No,
I
but
mean,
you're in pain. You're out fucking around, having a good time. I mean,
well,
but
see, that's recreational. That's the difference.
no, well, but they,
Oh, you said they were in pain.
yeah, and then went out at night and drank, and 2 of them died.
Well,
So this is
yeah.
this is what I don't know. So your doctor that you have, he has records on what he prescribes you.
Yes,
And
they
like
do.
any trends that might be shady, I'm pretty sure that he or she can determine whether or not you should still be on
Yes, Nikki,
something.
absolutely.
But it shouldn't be to where doctors are that scared
They are
to
scared.
try to help their
Hey,
patient.
not only that, it's a shit.
They
ton
are
of
this day and
paperwork.
age. That's why they're
Yeah.
having these legitimate pain clinics.
Yeah.
They're
Hey, you know
Right.
what
trying
else?
to take some of the burden off of these primary care. They, primary cares are being monitored, so you
That's
can't, especially with controlled
That's
substances.
it. All that shit, codeine, all of them.
Yeah,
And
That
let me
just-
tell you, man, it's a
they
shit
can
ton
only
of
give you
fucking
so many of anything. Then you've got to be referred to a pain clinic because your pain is out of the realm
Yeah.
of their expertise,
That's exactly
because
right.
they are simply a primary care physician, not
But
a
they-
pain specialist.
That's what they nailed Michael Jackson's fucking doctor on, a cardiologist.
Right. He was a
Prescribing
cardiologist
propofol
giving
for
somebody propofol.
Yeah.
well,
What as he should have been.
well, what about this? Like in Stephanie's case,
But
right?
not for that reason.
She's diagnosed with a painful condition, right?
Yeah.
And doctors know because they know these conditions, they know everything. So they should have just been like, here's like a 30-day prescription to help you out. Here's a referral to the pain clinic. That's
Right.
the most we could do for you. But they should be able to at least give her a prescription. That's it. And then be like, look, we can't do
Right.
anything
And
more
they
than
will
this.
for so long.
Yeah.
But when it continues and continues and
Right.
continues, and they are only allowed, the DEA is on their ass
Yeah.
for how
Right.
many they are prescribing
Right.
That's
for
true.
so long. And that is when you have to see a pain clinic.
Right.
Yeah.
But they should still be able to at least write you one
Initially,
like, I can understand not,
and
like,
they then should
multiple.
refer you to a
Yeah.
pain clinic.
Yeah.
Initially, absolutely. But then it's outside of their realm
Oh
of
yeah.
prescribing pain
Yeah,
medication.
that makes sense. I mean, but they should still be able to, especially if you're going in there and you're like, my quality of life, or at least like, they should be like, okay, well, here's this, but that's all we can do
And
for
it
you.
You know what,
depends
though?
on your age and your pain and what you are complaining of,
But you know
Right.
what, though? In
and a
modern medicine,
history of that.
in modern medicine, opioids are considered a failure for long-term pain management.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure.
That's where they're at now with it.
I don't know about that.
I've mentioned it before. There's a pain expert. He's got YouTube videos, Dr. Daniel.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know what, I know. But I
Here's
don't
the thing,
know.
too. I mean, I like the guy, but part of it is, too, is like these guys are influenced by special interest groups. And he's taken the side of this motherfucker doesn't have pain. He treats it. That's different. So you take somebody,
Absolutely. How
you
can
take-
you speak on something that you don't know anything about?
right.
They can assume. They can say what the evidence may be. They can say what should happen with this medication. They
Right.
can say, X, Y, and Z. But everybody is an exception. And
Yeah.
as I said, until you've watched your skin fucking sloughing off and you look like a goddamn fire truck,
Yeah.
and you are in so much pain that you can't stand anything to touch you. Come on now.
I know.
Come on now. Really?
Their rebuttal against that is that pain's subjective.
Well, all I can speak of is subjective. Hell, all I can speak of is my pain on my ass. And if that's subjective, well, then subjective to who? Your pain? The next person's pain? Not everybody can tolerate pain as other people can.
Right.
That's another thing.
Right.
That's another brain thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that I had a high tolerance for pain.
I have a low tolerance.
Well, some people do. I have a friend that aggravates the fuck out of me. They have a goddamn tooth pulled and they're down for 2 weeks. Kiss my ass, Bobby.
I'm kind of like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, I'm
Me
really
too.
sensitive to pain. I mean, I wish I was some
Yeah.
like, tie a leather thing around my foot when I'm
well, that's what I'm saying. I guess it is. There you go. It is subjective.
It's in the brain.
Well, yeah. But how can you say that Joe Blow's pain was treated with the same amount
That's
of pain medication that your
yeah.
same procedure was treated with, and you can't possibly be as in more pain than Joe Blow?
I mean, to be honest with you, a doctor could probably knows when somebody's trying to scam them out of pain meds.
Sometimes.
I mean, they're not stupid. I'm sure they can
There are
make
some
a
things you can't
reasonable.
determine with certain
No,
things.
and it depends on who you're talking to. I mean, do either one of you women know what it's like to catch your pecker in a zipper?
I
Do any of you men know what it is to?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I'm sure it'd probably hurt the same in a vagina, and I don't want to feel that, and I don't want to go. So, I mean, I can only
Like
imagine that.
stubbing your toe.
Have you ever had your vagina on fire from chemo radiation?
I don't. No, I don't want to.
Was yours?
I'm talking about men. I have.
Oh, because of radiation?
Right.
Oh, okay.
And they just said, we can't, there's nothing you can do for that.
Yeah. I put a couple on fire. I'm going to put Stephanie's on fire when she comes down here.
Oh, yeah, right. You
She
are.
won't appreciate it. Not fire.
Just give me a pain pill.
Yeah, there you go, Stephanie. Load Stephanie up and she won't give a fuck.
Hey, Nikki's going to sit in perfect here. Nikki said her vagina's been on fire after an all-nighter.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
You're fitting in perfect, Nikki.
Yeah, Nikki, you're right in.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, but I think Nikki's causing the problems for the legitimate people whose vagina's on fire for a completely different reason. This goes to show you how things can get confused in the mix. There's two people with their vagina on fire. One's good.
Well, sometimes the term vagina on fire can mean two different things.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But
I've had my vagina on fire before radiation and chemo and all that, when it was like, what it is.
Yeah, good for
Now,
you.
I've had that kind of that too,
Yeah, that's great.
but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well,
And that was a good way in a sense.
You should be proud.
well, Rita, mine is burned out.
Oh God, Stephanie.
Oh God.
Stephanie, you never know though. That the right old guy might come along still. That change your mind,
please.
or young guy for that matter.
No, I think Stephanie's got a severe mental block over that. No, even if it's.
Oh, honey, don't never say never, darling.
Yeah, she doesn't, except when it comes to
Never say never.
She doesn't accept when it comes to that.
Oh yeah.
You just think it's burned out.
Oh, it just makes me sick thinking about it.
Why? Why does it make you sick? I mean,
Oh God,
Just think all the good use you got out of that thing, Stephanie.
that's right.
just think about the old days. There's somebody around that could reignite that fire.
Nah, there isn't, Rita, but it's okay.
Stephanie's gonna watch the new
I'm
movie
just trying
that's
to give
coming
you
out.
some hope, Stephanie.
I don't need that kind of hope. Oh God.
Oh Lord.
I'm just
No, yeah, she's accepted it. You got to quit bullshitting yourself like that, Rita.
What?
Your fucking snatch ought to be in a museum.
Well, it probably is. It's been told. I'm sure there's a fucking mold somewhere. I bet my ass on it.
oh my God. Oh,
Yeah.
I just haven't been to a museum lately, but I'm sure if I went to a museum of art, that somebody would have captured that. There's been enough pictures taken of it.
God damn, that ain't no fucking shit.
It's been kept in what do they call it? It's been kept in,
God.
for history or something. What do they call it?
Oh,
Yeah.
The sake of art or something.
God damn.
I'm gonna
You too fucking.
Rita, I'm gonna put mine in a thrift shop.
Stephanie, you wouldn't believe the money you would make.
The Goodwill or the Salvation Army stuff.
Be sure and put it on what is it they call it when somebody sells pieces for you? Consignment. Be sure you put them out for consignment.
I'm gonna put used but in good condition.
Oh, I know. I said the prosperity of history. That's what I was trying to say.
Stephanie had it going. That was a good one.
Oh wait, no. I'll put it on eBay.
Just be sure to make several molds so you'll have many to sell.
Yeah.
Oh,
True, isn't it?
I need my inhaler.
Fuck
Shit.
yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I was told mine was a masterpiece.
Oh my God! My back! Oh shit!
Yeah, well put.
Oh God!
Oh,
Fucking A, right? Yeah.
Oh man!
Yeah. That's a fucking truth.
No, Frisky. There's no refunds.
no returns, as is.
Yeah.
Oh God, only here, late at night.
Hey man, fucking let it loose.
Oh God! Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Hey,
good
Sam.
for
Starts out
30
slow and then it
years.
gets all to hell.
Yeah.
The
One
truth
owner.
comes out.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Stephanie,
It'll sell
take
for a
an
fucking
inhale
dollar
on
and
your
you'll get it.
inhaler or your
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
Stephanie,
oxygen. You're
Stephanie,
going
you'll
to
sell it on
fall out.
Stephanie, you'll sell it on eBay for $1 and get a negative feedback.
I get a bad review.
Hmm.
Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Don't forget to put or best offer.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, or best offer. No shit.
Yeah, make sure it automatically relists.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, God.
Way to do it. Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
The fucking truth.
Oh. Oh, God.
Yeah, Bopak, non-perishable goods only.
Do you get anything with it? Is there like a package deal? Frisky wants to know if there's lube involved. Let's see.
Oh.
Soldier says no
Oh,
warranty.
my God.
Yeah.
Oh no, Nikki, there's no guarantee. No.
No, it's got to be as is.
Things can change overnight. There's no
Yeah.
Oh, God. I don't want cash. Just give me paid bills.
You're killing me.
Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, fucking.
Well, I don't think it's gonna get any better than this.
No.
So I'm gonna say good night.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out too, man.
And it's been great. I loved it.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Stephanie,
Yeah.
you have a day tomorrow.
Night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, you guys.
Melina, thanks for
It
coming
was
on.
fun.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome, Nikki.
Yeah, good night.
Drifter, Joy. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. See you, JMO. You guys party on.
Yep, you too. Bye, guys.
Yep, thanks a lot. See you, Chris.